ADV exibição Ubisoft 599 e
Sitting here together with the team from Unfrozen and with Adrian from the Open Innovation Lab at Ubisoft. And they're gonna show you some stuff today. The latest thing coming in from the
Beleza, galera, mais um vídeo aqui no canal. Hoje trazendo para vocês o primeiro dia da
So, you guys
Ubisoft.
wanna start? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
E bora lá.
Let's start with introducing ourselves. Who are we and what are we here for? My
Ele
name is
é
Catarina.
do canal do
I'm
Ubisoft
a
Brasil, não
narrative
está
lead and
transmitindo,
localization manager
não
in
transmitiu esse
Unfrozen.
evento, hein?
And this is my colleague Dima.
Yes, my name is Dima. I'm a game designer at Unfrozen. I've been working on a lot of different stuff in the game, mostly on the single-player campaign lately.
Yeah. And me gonna
São
talk
4
about
horinhas de
the,
evento
more
e
like the narrative
lembrando,
design part, and Dima gonna talk more about the game design part.
Yeah, the design part.
Design part,
yeah.
média
The real
10.
design, not some fake design. And here is our beloved
Temos o
Adrian.
último dia da Ubisoft.
Hi, I'm Adrian. I'm Director of Open Innovation. I look after all the independent studios and the games that come out of Ubisoft. So you might have seen a few of them at the moment. Prince of Persia Rogue, Morbid Metal, and of course the wonderful Heroes of Might and Magic. Fortunately, the way
Mas lembrando,
we
vocês
sort of
todos, deixem o like, comentário,
and
compartilhar o
working
vídeo.
with these new independent
Hoje
studios,
a Nath não me
because obviously
acompanha,
we're a
está
big
numa viagem.
organization, we do large games.
Só vamos todo mundo
But
sábado,
when you
que
have
ela foi de
the
viagem.
passion that comes out of Unfrozen a couple of years ago that we're so insistent on actually working on the Heroes franchise, they really brought a fresh perspective. They were dedicated fans. One of the big things
Amanhã
that we
temos o
found
último
that
dia da
we
Ubisoft
from
e
was
fechamos,
their
né, a
fan
Gamescom.
engagement. They knew the IP probably better than
Eu
most
já olhei,
of us, and we'd sort of
não
grown
tem mais
up
nenhum
with it.
evento.
And it was
Também
actually a
fechamos a
great
Gamescom.
experience. It's very refreshing from when you're working on larger
Mas eu vou estar
games,
trazendo alguns
bigger
eventos,
games. It's really
tanto da
motivating
Ubi
when you
como de
work
outros
with some of the
estúdios
smaller teams that
que
just
são
have this
anteriores à
grit and
Gamescom,
determination, when they're building projects.
até chegar o
And I
dia
think that
25.
comes
Por
through,
quê?
particularly from the different demos that they've done and from our core fan base.
Porque eu preciso
They've just
chegar
hooked
no
into
dia
the
25
game, and I
como
think
de
to
lugar.
see what they're going to show today
Mas
is
acho que eu vou trazer
truly
para vocês, se eu não for trazer os
Oh,
eventos,
thank you.
Thank you for the
Thank you
kind
very
of
much.
nesse horário eu estou trazendo futebol. Por que
Why
futebol?
did
Por
we
causa
want to work
do...
on Heroes of Might and Magic? Good question. And the easiest reason,
É
simply
mais
love
rápido
it.
para fazer, eu posso fazer
Actually,
em
Heroes 4 was my
em
very first
uma hora
video
para fazer
game
2
ever,
vídeos.
ever
Então,
in a life. That like my what I
Dá
when I
para fazer
turned
isso
to
do
click the
futebol.
mouse, that's what I was playing. And yeah, for many of the team members, it
Pô,
was
porque eu merecido fazer,
the
depois de
game of
terminar
the
aqui com os eventos
childhood or
da
the young
Gamescom.
years. The second reason is that we believe that it's an iconic franchise that deserves to be in spotlight once again. And the third, of course, with all the modern tools and fresh ideas that we have nowadays, it just allowed us to come back to the classic gameplay and try to reinvent it in some way, I guess.
So, thank you so much. Thank you. We're
Tempo
going to
vai
be talking
assim.
about a lot of different things, and one of the most important things in terms of working with a legacy IP are the different pitfalls that you may encounter. Basically, one of the first and the most obvious reasons is that 30 years is a lot of time, and a lot has changed in the landscape, both in gaming landscape and in the Heroes franchise throughout the time. And there is a lot of cultural, mechanical, and technological leaps in the industry in general. Other thing is that Heroes is a very diverse game, and different games have different mechanics, different audiences love different things about different games. It's so hard to find the things that people will love in the game and find what makes that game a Heroes game for them. And one of the most important things as well is this trying to strike a balance between the classics and nostalgia, trying to define what makes the Heroes game truly unique and what made them beloved back in the day, but maybe we can improve in one way or another. The most important part of all is that we need to make not only a good Heroes game, I think that represents all the Heroes ideas, but we need to make a fun, cohesive game that works in and of itself.
Decisões de design. Decisões de
Design
design.
decisions on my part, how we try to implement that in our version of this installation of the great franchise. So, first of all, the first question you ask yourselves, where do you even start? It's tons of games with different mechanics, different ideas. what do you use as a reference, what things you may use from different games, what do you take, how you develop this franchise. We decided to define some basic ideas. And first of all, we tried to define what makes a Heroes game. So we decided that we felt like there were three main gameplay pillars of any Heroes games. Is the role-play and strategy aspect, the one where you scout around the map, explore different unique objects, you interact with things and gather resources. Then you use those resources in the second part is the castle building. You create your own castle, your own home base basically, and you use it to improve your gameplay even more forwards. And the tactical battles that you encounter every single time where you meet different neutral creatures or other enemy opponents. So the castle building, I think, is the most straightforward one, so I'll be talking a bit more details about the two other things. First of all, is this role-playing strategy. Is a combination of strategy and RPG elements that make the Heroes game truly unique. First of all, we try to define what are the main properties of such an experience. We decided that it's an exploration, the feeling of great adventure, that you uncover some mysteries, discover these new unique objects and monsters in the fog of war, and you explore the map, trying to fight with other opponents that are hidden in there. And light RPG systems that allow you to bring your heroes the way you want them, with a small influx of different skills, different abilities of these heroes. And the randomness that makes it all fun, it makes it all unpredictable, it makes every single game session truly unique and different from one another. So, how did we implement it in our game? We tried to follow several main steps and main ideas. First, we went to go for the visual clarity, so every object would be seen, it would be distinct from one another. You'll be able to see the camera from one particular angle, and you'll be able to explore the map just how we wanted to find a lot of different new things. We wanted to add more global mechanics, like the ones that allow your faction to evolve along with your heroes. We wanted to add more unique gameplay effects that generally increase the randomness factor in a lot of ways, with unique objects giving unique new properties that haven't been seen anywhere in the franchise before that moment. And the randomness that we all love, that we all enjoy, that we feel is an important part of the game, is a thing that we felt could be tuned down a bit, controlled in a way, so this randomness would still provide you with incredible, interesting experience, but won't be the thing that will ruin your game session without any impact of your own skill, because that feels unfun, it feels not nice, and that's not the experience that we love about those games. Going back to the tactics, I think the Hero 5 was a great example of a way to increase the interactivity in the tactical side of things without breaking things too much. And those core features were the differentiation between speed and initiative, two different parameters that make this aspect of moving units around a bit more intellectual in a way. And a lot of unique unit abilities that provide for different tactical options. And the heroes' participation in the battle, without making too much of a difference, they still are an important part of battles, and they are not just bystanders looking at things happening before them. How did we do that in our game? One of the main decisions that we had to do is to make the battlefields a bit tighter, a bit smaller. We had to balance the speed parameters quite a bit, so every single unit would be able to participate in battle fully. We wanted to provide for the tactical depth, making them not as fast and agile, and making this difference between the slowest and the fastest enemy a bit smaller. Also, hero is actually participating in battle. Any hero has a lot of different skills that can be used at any point of time, but they're not an active participant, and rather as a supportive unit to the armies, as we wanted to make this game more focused on your armies participating in the combat. And unique abilities, we wanted to make more, we wanted to make them more unique, more interesting. So we added tons of different unique passive and active abilities to all the creatures in the game, and basically every single one of them is distinct. There are not two unique ones, and they all have a lot of different abilities that you can use in your battle to gain an advantage. And another one, last but not the least important thing, is the energy system. Whenever you attack, whenever you get hit, you gather some energy, you store it in a gauge in the bottom of the screen, the yellow one, and you can use this energy however you want, either for hero skills, either for unit skills, and it's only up to you to decide what you want to do with it. There are some systems that, of course, need to be updated. throughout the 30 years of history, a lot of things have changed. So things need to be transparent, need to be intuitively understandable. So there should be a lot of tooltips explaining mechanics not only for the veterans of the series, but also for the new audiences. This so-called positive randomness, as I've told before, the controlled randomness in a way that not only you get different unique random outcomes, but you also can affect them in some way, so they only provide you with some positive experiences rather than negative obstacles on your way. And the approachable design and everything is quite an important thing to add to the game nowadays. Expanding the variety. We all love the variety in all the previous games. Some of the previous games have less variety, some have more. We decided that we want to make this one of the core features for our game. We wanted to make factions fully distinct, with every faction having its own unique, completely distinct, unique faction ability that will affect the battles, most of all, but some of them also affect the global map exploration. And all the units are unique, with different stats, with different abilities, different passive and active skills. And also, one of the most important things that we are the most proud of is our innovative map generator. We have put tons of work in it, and we wanted to provide players with an ability to generate random maps, so the possibility for different gameplay stations would be literally limitless. And the map generator that we made allows you to create maps really advanced with a lot of different templates, with a lot of different mechanics, and basically now 2 single gameplay sessions will be alike, and we are sure of it. But most importantly, with all those changes being implemented, the one thing that you need to make the most vibrant is this preserve the feeling of Heroes game being a Heroes game. You need to balance it on a few different scales, to find a perfect balance between fairy tale and epic fantasy without going into one of those directions too harshly. To strike the balance between light-hearted atmosphere and the serious tones, so the serious emotions in the story campaign would still feel impactful and meaningful, but with some humor here and there without spoiling this all altogether. And you need to make it approachable not only by new audiences, but familiar to the veterans, so the people of basically all generations that have played these games throughout those 30 years and the ones that have never played those as well would be able to find something that they will enjoy in our game. And single-player experience in a lot of ways had to be also redesigned, reimagined. We decided to stay away from the multiple campaign option, and instead we want to provide the new players with a cohesive storyline, single-player experiences that spans across 3 acts and will have a meaningful impact on the worlds of Enroth, where we are going back. And about the single-player experience and the narrative aspect of it, my colleague Katarina will tell you in much more detail in a couple of minutes. We wanted to give players really impactful, meaningful choices, so they will be able to choose how the story would unveil in the future, what side would they want to support, which side they want to be defeated. And also through these choices comes a huge grain of replayability. We believe our campaign can be replayed several times, choose different options, provide different missions in some particular aspects, depending on your choices. And even playing the campaign second and third time, you'll be able to see new things that you haven't seen before. And this continuous progression that we have talked about is also supported by a bunch of some sort of meta progression mechanic that allow you to transfer your progress between missions to make it even more cohesive and even more continuous. But multiplayer is also a really important part of the game for us, because we know that a lot of people have played multiplayer in previous games of the franchise. So we've done quite a lot of work to improve this experience. We introduced a number of game modes, 3 to be exact. The classic hero mode, the one that we are all familiar with, the one hero mode, where you only control one hero, which makes it a bit less focused on macroeconomics and macro management and more on some sort of RPG-like experience. And another mode that we're introducing in the Heroes franchise is the arena mode, where you're able to draft your own hero with own spells, with random assortments of those. You choose them yourselves, you can see those on the screen. You draft those skills, you draft those spells, you draft those units, and you go straight into battle without any explosion needed, providing quick sessions of 10 to 15 minutes just if you want to unwind after a long, hard day, or if you want to experience these battles without the exploration part, which sometimes can be quite long, and we understand that. On top of that, we have a lot of matchmaking modes, one matchmaking mode for every single mode that I described before. every one of them will have a different separate ranked system, so you'll be able to gain levels on the ladder in arena and then afterwards start from scratch in the classic mode. And that's not the thing that we leave solely in our game. We also have all the traditional multiplayer options with the ability to host custom game lobbies, to host your own game sessions, to basically set the game flow the way you want, to play with your friends however you want, to break the game in a variety of different ways. So, coming back to the narrative decisions, I am giving the word to my colleague Katarina, and she'll tell you a lot about that.
Bâton magique. Thank you very much, Dima. Thank you.
Decisões
as Dima said, I'm going
narrativas.
to talk more
Decisões
on the narrative
narrativas.
part of the game. And we're going to start with a very simple. So what we knew is the Olden Era is an original story in the Might and Magic universe. It's not a remake, it's just a new game in the franchise. And to get a lot of creative freedom, but at the same time make it familiar for players who know the previous games, we had to pick the universe and the timeline very carefully. So one thing, we decided to go back to Enroth on the continent of Jadami, people pronounce it differently, that may be familiar to those who play the Might and Magic RPG game 8. And also, regarding the timeline, we are, in a time sense, we are a prequel, which means that we're going to be in some hundreds years before the events of Heroes of Might and Magic 1, 2, and 3. All of that gave us plenty of creative freedom to create new stories for new characters, but at the same time bring some characters familiar to you from the previous games. The same went with picking the sides of conflicts. So for the whole creation of the game, we have this philosophy of mixing old and new. We're trying to create a good balance of something already familiar to people and bringing it back, but at the same time adding our fresh view, our own ideas. So that's why for the early access, we chose 6 factions. 3 of us, on one hand, are older ones, which are Dungeon, Necropolis, and Temple, human faction. But even those, if you know them, they will have their own twist because it's a different continent. And we also have 3 newish factions, which is Sylvan, Hive, and our mysterious Icy faction that you will learn about very, very soon, but not from me. So those factions are like new, but at the same time they have these familiar maliciousness, some of them, or nature spirit in other ones. And we wanted to introduce the lore both for old fans and also for the new players. That's why you're playing the campaign or even the multiplayer, you will encounter some creatures that you may be familiar to you, like griffins or like vampires or even dragon slayers from Might and Magic 8. But at the same time, there will be new characters and new institutions on the continent. The way we wanted to present the lore is the way that it doesn't overwhelm the player. Basically, when you're playing the game, you will find the bits of lore here and there. You can read occasional, as you can see on the screen, the biography, for example, of one hero. Or you can learn about the universe while reading the descriptions of the units. Or you can pick an artifact and there will be some small lines of lore. So like this, it's not just a wall of text that you have to read and carefully, but it's basically a bit of here, a bit of there, which we wanted to adapt to the modern world of information coming to you in a very small bites, but at the same time being well consumable, I would say. So what about the character set? As I said, we wanted to bring something old back. For example, the characters that may be familiar to you that played the older Might and Magic games, like Ethric the Mad or Octavia from Heroes 3. And at the same time, we not just put in these same characters and, well, they're just there, but we're going to try to expand their stories to add to what we already know about these characters from previous games and basically see what happened to them like some hundreds of years ago before Heroes of Might and Magic 1. And whoop. And another way of talking about the universe and introducing the universe for the player is the characters of the campaign and the game itself reflecting through the world. So you just read the conversations and you learn bit by bit, you learn like what's going on Jedam, like which powers are here are more important, which powers are less important, who is new here, who is old here. So all of that is introduced to you through the character's speech, actually. And we also chose for the campaign to stick to a smaller set of playable heroes, but they have much bigger personalities. So it's not just a random hero you pick in tavern, but it's someone you will actually, I guess, get a chance to get attached to. And you will be following their story and seeing, like, okay, what's going to happen next with these heroes. The other thing, apart from the playable characters, we have actually a set of really striking non-playable, like NPC personalities that I'm not going to spoil about too much. It's a secret. But they won't be just, like, you know, quest givers that, like, say something, tell you, okay, go there, pick this artifact and come back. But they actually, all of them will have their own ideas. They are all sticking to one or another side of the conflict, and you will be able to follow their conversations and try to figure out like who is who and who is actually the good guy, who is the bad guy, whom are we liking, whom are we not liking. So they're not just, yes, as I said, some quest givers. They are their own characters that you will not impose. Like, we don't want to impose, like, okay, this is the right side, this is the good side. We want the players to be able to play the campaign and actually decide, okay, I like this guy. I think, like, he's right. And then, like, maybe strike a conversation online. Like, I know, like, I think he's wrong. Like, my favorite is another one. So that's something we were trying to succeed through the also the non-playable characters. Speaking about the narrative means, one thing I already said, we tried to adapt it to the modern world, meaning providing a shorter pieces of lore, but at the same time more meaningful. So we have, for example, for the campaign, we have this dialogue interface when the characters will interact with each other, and there will be different choices that you as a player will have to take. For example, okay, which phrase I'm going to use to answer to this character, and that, of course, will influence on the outcomes of the campaign. So, for example, you can say something like, I don't like these fairies, they're suspicious. And then 3 missions later, you turn out that the fairies are also suspicious about you because they heard you don't like him. So that's something we wanted to give basically the players the choice with whom they want to side, who is the bad guy for them and who is the good guy. And even if, as I said, they're going to be the smaller bits of lore, it doesn't mean it's going to be shallow and we just like, okay, like here's the sentences and forget about it. No. If you are not really into lore, if you came here for multiplayer, fair point, you just play multiplayer, you don't have to read it. But if you're actually going to seek for it, you can learn a lot about the universe, the events, the characters, by reading the biographies, reading the creatures' descriptions, etc., etc. So you will notice that actually many heroes, in one way or another, related to each other. One knows another one, and then something happened between them in the past. But yeah, as I said, if you're not here for lore, well, I'm watching you, but it's up to you. No judging. And I guess, last but not the least, is, as Dima briefly mentioned, we chose to, instead of several campaigns, like maybe familiar for many of you, like one for each faction, we chose to create one bigger, non-linear campaign, which will allow you to play inside like this one big story, play all the available sides, and there will be possibility to pick different like missions at some point. For example, okay, you got some piece of information, and now you have to choose: are you siding with this faction, or are you siding with another faction? And that the campaign will branch in this way, which also adds to replayability. And yeah, for example, on this screen, you can see like there are two options to select the path. So you either have to side with a temple or you have to side with a Sylvan. And basically this choice will affect the rest of the campaign. And if you want to see what happened on the other side, well, you are welcomed back to replay it. And yeah, to add here, it's basically we wanted to create the campaign, the single player, that every player can choose how they want to play it. We're not saying, okay, like these guys are bad, these guys are good. It's actually up to you to decide who is in the universe of Might and Magic on the continent of Jadam is a good guy and who is a bad guy. No pressure imposed from our side.
Considerações finais. Considerações finais.
The main design ideas that we've had, both the narrative design and the gameplay design. First is respect the past, but design for the present. The best thing you can do with the legacy franchise is to create some sort of blend of old and new. Yes, it may be harder than just taking the one game and remaking it 100%, or creating something completely different in a way that you want, that you feel would be better. The best thing for you and the fans would be to create some sort of a mixture of a good balanced thing that combines all the best items and ideas from the old games, but also adds some new that makes the experience overall much more refreshing and much more enjoyable in the end. The second one would be intentional in what you revive and what you retire. That's the differentiation between the classics and nostalgia. The idea that some of the things that you liked back in the day may be not the best for your version of the game, for this particular experience that you're trying to provide people with. So you'll have to make some hard decisions here and there, what to adapt and how would you do it, while preserving the feeling, the atmosphere, and all the things that make those games truly special. And the third, the last one, I would say, is you just need to let the original spirit guide but not dictate. Follow the feeling, follow the ideas, follow your also players' choices. How would you feel when the game was designed? What would make it better? But don't let it dictate your design decisions. Don't let it force yourself into situations that make the overall game a bit less enjoyable that you would feel it deserves.
And that's it from us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. If you guys have any questions, there's a QR code right over there where you can ask your questions, and I will get them here on my phone. That's why I've been looking at my phone. I've been trying to ignore them.
Perguntas e respostas sobre o poder e a magia. Perguntas e respostas sobre o poder e a magia.
Adrian, do you have any questions?
With the first ones, this is why.
Adrian, do you have a question? How are you?
How are you? Are you having a good show? You enjoying? What's the feedback from people who are testing the games?
It's actually very positive. People are enjoying the game a lot. We're having more sessions today, I guess. I came a bit later today because I'm a bit...
We definitely have more sessions tomorrow.
Yeah, we have also more
sessions. Feedback so far was
but the feedback is
positive.
Very positive.
It's really nice thing to see.
Yeah, one journalist even told me I was trying to find something to dislike, but I couldn't.
You know, the thing that has astounded me on this game from the beginning, out of all the brands over the years that I've worked on, is Heroes has this insane fan base. It's like, I can say any other game I've worked on, and then as soon as I say Heroes, everyone's like, oh, what's Heroes? Heroes. And then you go into extreme detail on this faction, this faction.
Yeah.
It's insane.
But also the community is very diverse, and it's like, you can meet all kind of people literally in the community, and some of them like know every single number of every single spell. Some of them know every like teeny tiny line of the lore, like from games that was released like 30 years ago. Sometimes, it's insanely impressive in a good way, of course.
Yes.
So that's interesting.
Okay. I have
a
question from the audience. Thank you very much, guys. The first one is, of course, when is the release date?
That's the question that we
get
quite a lot. We try our best to make the game as as nice, as perfect as we can. So we can't really say for sure because we haven't really decided on that idea. But we are aiming to release in 2025. But we'll try best just to make the game as best as we can.
To release the early access in 2025.
Yes.
To release
That's
into early access, that's important.
Early
distinction,
access.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're also very active in the Discord server, etc. So
we're also like trying to communicate with the community the best. By the way, come tomorrow to the talk with our community leaders. Say hi to Kata.
Yeah, we have
and so tomorrow we'll have
yes,
more.
some of them are already here in the audience.
Yeah.
Some of them are stars.
So we're just trying to do our best and not rush for a specific date,
Yeah, indeed. Second question, does AI play a role in map creation and how will it affect it? Can you play the campaign as multiplayer only or single player?
This campaign is solely single player mode at the moment. We have a separate mode of multiplayer for the multiplayer experience, but the campaign will be focused only on your single player experience for you to discover it for yourself, to make your own decisions.
And not share with anyone.
And AI? Is it involved in map creation? AI?
No, all of we have two ways of
AI is in
creating maps.
neural networks we were talking?
It's kind of difficult to explain, isn't it? Because AI is a huge topic.
AI is
in design.
It's an umbrella term, but if we're talking about the neural networks and all of that, we have only two ways of generating maps. One through our customly designed random map generator, which was fully created by our coding team. Our innovative, very nice map generator that we are very proud of. Once again, I'll pinpoint that. And the other one is only the maps that are created by the people, by our own hands. So in that way, no, there's no AI whatsoever. But you'll have AI on the maps, you'll play against it. It's like artificial intelligence to make things interesting. The classic AI that was in the game industry for 50 years by now.
Indeed. Okay. Did you keep the idea of a multiplayer mode with parallel turns?
Yes, we have a separate parallel turns mode aimed to straightforward this experience to make it to not make people wait for an hour before other person makes their turn. So that's what's quite a priority for us to design in the game around multiplayer. So we have this mode, and it has some tweaks here and there in terms of maybe the classic single parallel turn mode that people are familiar with, but you'll see it all in the game.
Cool. Sort of a related question. Do we still have hot seats?
Yes, there is a way for us to play hot seats, but I think a lot of people ask for that, and a lot of people want it to be, so there will be a way. Some people really needed that hot seat experience.
Will there be more factions later, more than the 6 ones we've already mentioned?
Run away.
If you want to ask on this.
Run away. No. As we said already, for the early access, there will be 6 factions, 5 that you already saw, if you're following us in Discord or other social medias, and the 6th very mysterious, very secret faction. And then we will see how it goes. And
we have some ideas.
Maybe. We have ideas. We have a lot of
like
ideas.
that.
As Adrian said, we are full of ideas.
But the roadmap for the early access will be revealed later on, and you'll be able to see our plans for the early access.
Yeah.
I'd say it like that.
Indeed. Is it PC only or planned for other consoles as well?
At the moment, we aim for the Steam release. It's our main platform that we are aiming for. And if we have any updates on any other platforms, as well, we have some ideas here and there, but they all be revealed later on. Stay tuned.
Let me see. What other games, beside Might and Magic, and non-game elements inspired you while you were crafting the game?
I guess one of the inspiration that we have is also our beloved franchise, King's Bounty, the one that was revived in the early 2000s. It had some sort of inspirations for us. We took some inspirations from different strategy games as well, from different RPG games. We played tons of games like Civilization, Disciples, and in one way or another, all of them influenced our way of thinking, our way of designing things. So you'll be able to find all different types of influences here and there.
Will there be a demo of the game?
Maybe.
There is always a chance,
Or maybe not.
but maybe not.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Here's an interesting one for you. You've said that the campaign will be non-linear. Does that mean there will be more than one canon ending to the story?
At the moment, it's still a bit early to talk about the ending because in the early access release, we'll present only the first act of 3 of the campaign. So at this particular moment, Act 1 has only one canonical ending that will lead you into the following acts. But during the release, after the early access release, we'll be working on Act 2 and Act 3, and they provide for some variations.
I mean, I guess in a way we can say even about Act 1 that like there is a bit of like
That's true. Yeah,
a bit of like
I've been underplaying our campaign a bit.
Different-ish ending-ish.
Yeah, there are some hooks here and there that lead to different
we're not telling
consequences,
you nothing
I would
because
say.
we don't like spoilers.
But yeah, that's all we can say for now because that's the parts that we focused on mainly.
Okay, cool. Here's one. I have played a lot of Heroes of Might and Magic games, and my experience is that you usually have to be quite aggressive. Can I play the game and be very defensive?
I guess the answer for that would be that we have a lot of different customization tools for your single-player games in person. We can't control how the multiplayer players will attack you, sorry about that. But in the single player, you'll be able to adjust the difficulty the way you like, adjust the basic aggressiveness and harshness of the monsters and array around you. So you'll be able to create this experience the way you want to play it.
Okay. Is it possible to play local multiplayer?
I guess that's the question related to the hot seat one. So
Yeah, similar question to that.
or is it like LAN network, LAN parties? Some sort. I'm not
It's the
exactly
LAN
sure.
parties of the
I'm not sure if that's a
Amazing.
thing still. So
I'm not sure.
can say it.
I'm a single player. I sit in my cave and don't communicate with people.
Here's one. The small monster battles on the map could sometimes feel quite repetitive. Have you made some changes to make that more exciting?
To make what part exciting? Could you please repeat?
Like if you have small monsters that you need to clear from the map, if it's just one stack of a tier 1 unit, have you done any changes to make those kind of battles a little bit more interesting or quicker?
As I said before, every single unit in our game has some sort of unique abilities. And there are some surprises with the lower tier units, I won't spoil anything, that you'll encounter when you fight them. So I think, yeah, there were much more interesting things in the battles, even with the weaker opponents. Some passive abilities, some active abilities. There is a lot to discover.
Will there be tools to create custom maps and campaigns?
Yes, we know that's really important part of any Heroes game. The ability to give people the ability to create maps they want to play and to share these tools with the community is one of our goals for the early access.
Yeah, the random map generator will be there in early access already, and as Dima said, we are very proud of it.
Yeah, but the map editor itself will also be presented at one point of time. We can say for sure at this moment, but we're planning to release it, of course, to give the players this ability.
Here's a question from Matthew.
Hi, Matthew.
Hi, Matthew. In many Heroes games, the starting faction was just a starting town. Will Olden Era go for strictly faction-based gameplay?
There is some, I guess, if we speak about our loss system, for example, that stays with you for your match. So if you don't know, if you haven't like followed our devlogs, so basically the loss system is something new we have. It's another like kind of a technology tree, I think we can call it, that you will be able to unlock to boost your faction, and that will stay with you even if, for example, let's say you started playing as Necropolis, you lost your Necropolis cities and you got like Hive cities, but the law system will still be of the Necropolis. So yeah, and also we have a faction Hive that is very basically the idea of it is to be kind of a mono faction that encourages you to play only with Hive units. It doesn't like, it's not obligatory, of course you can find all your ways, but that one really like encourages you like, okay, I want to play like only like this solo faction, I don't want to mishmash. So that's
So
where you look for.
the short answer would be yes, we have some inclinations towards
Very
this
short
faction importantness in the game. But of course, you will still be able to conquer other cities and play with other faction units. That's always available for you. Depending on the map, of course, but most of the time, yes.
So it's a mixed answer, basically. There sometimes yes, sometimes no.
It's whatever you choose, basically.
Yeah.
Like you wanna. There also we have some amount of templates prepared for the random map generator. And every single template is different one from another. So it will also you can pick your favorite that suits your play style. And yeah.
Here's a bit of a curveball, maybe.
Oh.
I don't know how much you can say about this. Probably not much. Will the secret faction be involved in any way with the Vori? No answers
Maybe.
to that one, sorry.
Or maybe not.
As per usual. But mostly, soon enough, you'll be able to know much more details.
Yeah,
about
if you
this
followed
faction.
if you're following our Discord, you maybe saw some weird things going on there yesterday. Hinting.
By the way,
on
join our Discord. We
something.
have an active community
Join
there.
our Discord.
And
There is
we
a
are also
thread about
present there all the time answering your questions. So if you have any other questions that we haven't answered here, you will be able to ask them there.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you're not following us in Discord yet, do please, and you can also always ask us more questions there. Basically any hour of the day, of the week, of the month, of the year.
So you'll see much more details about the sixth faction really soon.
Yeah.
No worries.
Absolutely. Okay. Is it going to be playable on Steam Deck?
We already, actually, one of our colleagues, just for fun, tried to launch it on Steam Deck. So technically, it is already possible. But as we said, as Dima said before, for early access, we are aiming for PCs, for the Steam. And the more platforms, the more
A desktop
devices.
experience,
Yeah.
basically.
So yeah, on the early access, it will be desktop experience.
But of
and
course,
then
we know how important Steam Deck for many users, so we keep
Me,
that in
for
mind,
example.
for sure.
Okay, final question from Martin. Are there still
Hi, Martin.
Hi. Are there still dwarves in the game because they are the best fantasy race?
Sorry, who?
Dwarfs. Do we
Well,
have any dwarfs in our game?
As you saw in
The roster of factions was introduced, so there are no dwarfs there, sadly. But who knows what future
But as we
brings
said,
us.
hopefully that's not.
Maybe in
yet.
the future.
So yeah, we'll.
Maybe in the future. That's the only answer we can give, sadly. But depending on your feedback, we'll maybe reschedule some things. So we'll try to listen to the community feedback in general.
Yeah, join us on
Adapt to
Discord
this.
and pester us about it. Thank you so much for coming, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's amazing. And thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you for
and
the
thank you,
introduction.
and thank me, and thank you, and
Thank
thank
you.
team.
O príncipe desonesto da Pérsia Introdução.
Everyone
O
here at
príncipe
Gamescom
desonesto da
2025.
Pérsia
It's great
Introdução.
to see you here with us today. And I'm not on my own. I am Celeste, community manager here at Ubisoft, and I am joined by two great devs here with me.
Hi.
Hi, if you want to introduce yourself.
Ogazi.
Yeah, so my name is Dylan. I'm the art director on this project.
And I'm Matt. I'm the marketing manager for the project.
So yeah, let's talk about like the big announcement from yesterday for the Rogue Prince of Persia, right?
Yeah, so yesterday we just announced that the game is released in 1.0. So it's out on all platforms, on Xbox, PlayStation, PC.
Yeah.
It's also on Game Pass and PlayStation Plus.
And Switch is coming soon.
Yeah, Switch is coming later. So yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, pretty exciting. I can imagine. I love the game. It's great. And you've just seen the trailer. It looks amazing, right? But yeah, I think there's another trailer that we want to show today, right?
Yeah.
Should we go ahead, or do you want to mention something
No,
else?
I think we can go ahead because that like dives a bit more into like how the game works and what to expect. So.
You just want to jump into the gameplay, right?
Yeah.
Fair. Okay, let's watch this trailer now.
You might think that the Rogue Prince of Persia is just another 2D action roguelike, and you'd be wrong. Yes, we have plenty of deadly weapons, powerful abilities, and game-breaking builds, But what makes it different? I'm going to tell you. This is 2D parkour in full flow. You will run, vault and somersault through the world, blending traversal and combat into one seamless movement. If you're looking for Prince of Persia DNA, then shine a black light on this. It'll light up like Times Square. And that wall run? That is the first of its kind in the 2D game. Every fight is a chance to move with style. You're not just swinging a sword, you're fighting with everything. Kick enemies into traps or into each other. Vault to dodge attacks. Wall run over hazards. Dive to stun. Boot rocks and arrows into the faces of your foes. It's like playing a Jackie Chan movie as the Prince of Persia. This is acrobatic and environmental combat that rewards creativity and looks damn good doing it. The story holds more surprises. The prince must live the same day over and over, searching for a way to stop an enemy invasion that his actions have triggered. You must learn from each run, discovering how to save key characters and family members and bringing them to the oasis outside of the time loop to unlock new biomes, items and story beats. Only by exploring the entire city, from the depths of the mines to the top of the lighthouse, will you find the one path that will give you the chance to change the fate of Persia. And the soundtrack? Woo! An unheard of combination of traditional Persian instruments fused with modern trap. It drives you forward. Every run has a rhythm, every fight has a beat, and we guarantee you'll be listening to it when you're not even playing. So there you have it. The Rogue Prince of Persia offers a unique combination of 2D wall running, environmental combat, a branching narrative, and a pulsating soundtrack, on top of all the usual tasty roguelike ingredients. This is a roguelike with rhythm, flow, and style.
Great. I love this, honestly. How does it feel to see this finally, happening?
Well, it's great. It's been a long journey working on this game, so it's really cool to see it out and finished.
I get it. But I guess we can jump straight into the gameplay bit.
For sure.
If we can switch to the demo now. Yeah, thank you.
Demonstração de jogabilidade ao vivo no POP. Demonstração de jogabilidade ao vivo no POP.
But yeah, it's nice to finally be at the end and actually see like the final result and see people playing it.
So this is the intro, basically. Of
Yeah,
the game.
this
We're
is the
starting from
intro. So basically, we are playing as the prince. He attacked the Huns, which are the bad guys in this game. And so there will be a quick introduction video, I guess. You can get to it.
The art style is amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is the big bad guy, as you can guess.
It is a big bad guy.
Yeah. So the prince got his ass kicked. Now the bad guy is going to invade the city. And some mysterious character is approaching you.
Mysterious character. Can you say more about it, or maybe no?
Maybe we are going to find out
Okay.
quick, yeah. So yeah, that's the start of the game. You just hear and you think you have to hurry to get to your family because you see there is danger, right?
Yeah.
So right off the bat, we introduced the main feature of the game, which is this back wall run, as we call it.
Yeah, a bit of parkour. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, every time there is a wall behind, you can walk on it. And so this is how you maneuver in this game.
Yeah, like we couldn't make a Prince of Persia game without the wall run. It's like, if you think of Prince of Persia, you think of a wall run, so.
And first, there's now the hints that you see the little step that tells you that you can run on the wall, right?
Yeah, yeah.
This is just in the beginning of the game to help you understand the mechanic.
Yeah, the tutorial, yeah.
But then you can just wall run in any direction and move quickly like this. And yeah. So it's acrobatic.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, let's go up.
Wait.
It's alright, it's alright.
A little bit of a jump.
And here is the mysterious character.
Here we go.
So it's patchy. And as we can see, the city is
burning.
Attacked.
Yeah.
But the prince thinks he just fought Nogai, the bad guy.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's been quite some time, and Pashi is gonna explain this to us.
Yeah.
Because it's been 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the invasion's already happened, so now he kind of has to adapt and be like, okay, well, now I just need to find out what's going on and see if I can actually save anyone. Is there anything left to save?
Oh, that sounded satisfying, I have to say, yeah.
So now we're getting to the combat part of the game. So those are the hands. You have to fight them. Right now I'm just punching them. And I can also kick stuff into enemies, or I can kick the enemy so that he falls down. This is going to be an important aspect of the combat. And now I get a weapon.
Ooh, so this will change the weapon that you're using, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
And this is like the starting weapon.
Yeah. But we've got many different ones with different ways you can use them. So some are like slow, heavy attacks.
Yeah.
Some are much quicker. And then you can also kind of do a special attack.
Yeah, easy.
And then we'll see later when you get medallions that give you powers. You'll want to adapt which weapon you use based on what medallions you're picking up. So there's kind of like layers to the combat.
Yeah. It feels so satisfying whenever you're hitting, and I think, the music, as you also said in the video, plays an important part of the game as well. Feels like it moves with you as well, right?
Yeah, yeah. So we have Emmerich, our sound designer. He's really good. And then Asadi is the guy who made the soundtrack, and he uses like traditional Persian instruments with trap music to make something which is like really atmospheric.
It's a great soundtrack.
So this is my secondary weapon.
Nice.
Now I get a bow. I can shoot from far. And so this secondary weapon that we call a tool, there is an energy bar at the top. So I have 3 arrows right now. But as I kill enemies, this bar is going to grow. So then I can use it again. It's basically like a resource you need to manage. As you fight enemies, you get energy back, you can use your tool. And yeah.
And there's different ones. There's like a grappling hook, there's like a teleport, there's a lot of different ways you can use tools.
Yeah. Are they throwing bombs? They seem dangerous, yeah?
Sorry?
Are they throwing bombs? I've noticed.
Yeah, these guys, they can throw bombs at you. So usually you want to take them out first so that they don't bother you. But you can also kick him in his own bomb. So now he's dead.
Nice trick.
And here is Pashi again. The prince is sad. He made a mistake.
Oh no.
Oh no. And yeah, so now we're going to go to the next level. And so this is a roguelike.
Yeah.
Every time you die, you come back to the beginning and you get to try again.
Well.
You will see that each level is quite different. Now we are in the aqueduct. And we're going to see these ashes.
Yeah.
So this is the main progression. Every time you get these things, it will allow you to unlock new items when you die. So that every time you try again, things get a bit easier. You get new weapons.
You get new powers. You get,
Here I just saved my cinders so that they
go to your base, basically.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Because if I don't do this and I die, I lose everything. So it's like a checkpoint of some sorts.
Good thing then that you did that. You had quite a few, or was it just a little? I haven't checked.
Yeah, I could also break the thing so that I get more cinders.
Oh.
And it's like a risk and reward thing.
Oh yeah, it's a risky choice at the end.
Yeah,
so
if I think I'm not going to die, I can break the thing, go further, and save it later.
Yeah, no, I get it. The way that I play, I would just store everything because I'm always afraid to die. I get it.
This is another unique aspect of the game. So if you manage to do perfect timings when you do acrobatic movements, you get a speed boost. And so now you go faster.
Yeah.
And
then later on you can get upgrades. So like when this is active, you do more damage. Like you gain energy more quickly.
Yeah.
So it's like you're really encouraged to kind of do the perfect acrobatic moves to keep your flow going.
Yeah. I mean, it seems quite tricky to master, but I can see that Dylan is an expert already.
Yeah. I don't want to know how many hours you played.
I played a little bit.
Just a tiny bit, right?
Yeah.
But it is easier than it looks. Like, hey, Dylan's playing quite fast, but once you get used to the controls, which actually happens quite quick, you start putting off like crazy moves. Like even in the middle of a battle, you can like suddenly do a wall run and start spinning around, and it's very fun.
Yeah, I love how he just slides in the water.
Yeah, this is a good level for that.
Yeah.
This guy is going to die. Yeah.
Good trick here as well. Oh, he seems dangerous as well.
Yeah, that one's really annoying. That one.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I dislike him more or the one that throws bombs. I think this is worse.
This one is annoying.
Yeah.
I really hate him. So, yeah. And I think the coolest part of the game is when you get into this flow state.
Yeah.
Once you get the hang of the movement and the combat, it can really feel great. Like it's like a very flowy state.
Yeah. And rewarding as well, because you feel I would feel proud of myself for managing to get all those nice moves. And here you're using the teleport feature, right? Yeah.
So those are scattered across the levels, so that sometimes you can get to a dead end, or you can want to go back in the level to buy an object that you didn't have enough money to buy, something like this.
Yeah.
And you guys are going down. Yeah. And we have some fun animations when you go through the teleporter. I like those. So maybe I'm going to get to the first boss.
Yeah, nice.
Just to here. I'm not gonna kill everyone.
How hard is the first boss?
You make it look so easy.
It's an easy game, no?
Yeah.
I'm gonna... it's alright. This one I want to kill, because I don't like him.
Yeah. Oh, this is a new one as well, a new enemy, it seems.
This one is just hanging around on his core. He's not a big danger. Yeah, it's more an annoyance. Something to kill on your way.
There we go.
Oh, I guess we're close to the boss now?
Yeah.
This is it.
So this is the first boss of the game. Usually that's where people die. Because it can be difficult when you discover the game. And so yeah, I can break this, but then I'm going to lose everything probably. This is Beirut.
Another big guy.
I like the music here a lot.
Yeah, it's quite good.
It's one of my favorites.
So Beirut is one of the Han's general. She's supposed to guard the city. So she will not allow us to pass through.
Yeah, she's very angry.
So I can kick the rock into her and break her shield. And then you see I use the Warren. That's like the main mechanic. So this boss fight is here to challenge you about those parkour skills.
And to remind you, like, use the wall run. Just use the wall run.
So I could do a hitless, probably, but I think we need to die to show how it works when you die. Like, that's one of the main aspects of the game. So I'm gonna die.
Okay.
On purpose. I'm dying.
I know this hurts you.
Yeah, I really want to kill her, but it's alright, it's alright. So the prince has this magical necklace that he calls a bola, and it allows him to go back in time to the last place where he slept.
Yeah.
And so this is the oasis. This is the safe place.
It's very calm, very zen.
Yeah.
Very chill.
Opposite of what we've so far. Yeah.
You've got to have a break at some point, like.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's the thing. Every time you die, you come back here.
Yeah.
So it's 3 days since the city was first invaded.
So this will like fill up with characters and like upgrade zones as you meet people.
Yep.
Yeah. For now, it's quite empty. There is just Patchy.
Yep.
But yeah, it's going to get more lively as it goes.
And they will all have something for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Patchy is mysterious. She's talking about time, about my pendant. She's familiar with this pendant. And
yeah, she knows everything.
She knows everything. And so she explains that when we are in this oasis, we are outside of the time loop.
Yeah.
So that's why things here continue happening. But when you go into the city, it's like things are repeating. It's just a time loop. And so for now, that's it. Here there will be stuff that you can unlock later. And this is the skill tree. So here I can spend skill points to make my character stronger, basically, so that each run will be a little bit easier.
And yeah, this you get experience just by playing, by killing enemies, discovering things, you get your experience, and once you reach a certain amount, you win a skill point to spend.
So you get lots of skill trees where you can unlock different types of bonuses. Let's get a bit of gold.
What do you usually go for when you're first?
I think the first tree is the good one for new players because you get health, and this one is the best one, I would say. It allows you to die one time. So that you get a second chance.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah.
It's handy.
Very.
And this one is good too. You get an extra potion to heal yourself.
Also very handy.
Yeah. Let's go back.
So you mentioned that you want to do hitless now. The whole thing or just the boss? I admire your courage. I mean,
yeah, probably just the boss.
Just the boss. So he's mentioning Azadeh. She's the chef of the village. Maybe we're gonna find her. We can see people in the back that are not doing good.
So I guess the more you play the game, the more you will understand about the story, right?
Yeah, because you're kind of reliving effectively the same days, and that's kind of how the whole story gets discovered. As you play, you discover characters and biomes, and people will tell you more about what's happening. Yeah. So this is the medallions, and this is kind of how you make your build. If you're familiar with roguelikes, you'll know what that means. Like, you get some basic medallions which give you extra damage, and then other ones add these elemental effects. Like
So this one allows me to spread resin on the ground when I kick something. Resin is one of the elemental effects that you can get, and when you combine the elemental effect together, it can create reactions.
For example,
so
like
resin and fire, it will react together and do a lot of damages. You can also do resin and poison, poison and fire, different combinations. Oops. So here, for instance, these guys, they are in the resin. For now, it's not doing anything because I have only one medallion. But if I get more later, I can create combinations. And that's where the game gets interesting. Because you can create all types of builds.
Like synergies.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
great.
Sukra, my boy. This is Sukra, the best character in the game.
I was about to say, like, I think I would get along with him,
So he's like an old friend, and as you can probably guess, he's going to help us in our journey. He looks like a blacksmith because he is a blacksmith.
Makes sense.
And so he will get you weapons. So he will head back to the oasis and be helpful, as a good roguelike character should do. Thank you, Sukra. See you later.
What are these insects? They look like lions a bit, but like these enemies that you find.
Some enemies have a blue outline around them. They have like a shield, so they are a little bit more tricky to kill.
But if you kick one enemy into another who has a shield, it just breaks it completely. So we kind of encourage you to use the kick in an intelligent way to manage your enemies as you find yourself in the group.
Also, the sound when you unlock a new teleport is also very satisfying.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see what we can get. So, usually you would try to kill all the enemies because they give you gold, and you will need gold later to buy stuff. But you don't have to. If you feel like speedrunning, you can just run. And it's alright, it's fine.
I get a bit of FOMO when I play because I feel like I need to explore every angle of the map. So I always tend to go back because I don't want to miss something. But yeah, if you want to speedrun instead, you just try and get to the end of it.
You can. We had like a small speedrun contest in the team. We tried to get to the true ending of the game as fast as we could.
Who won?
And Theo won, is one of the artists on the game. And I think it was 1 hour...
What?
Something to get to the true ending, yeah.
Super quick.
Yeah, it's super quick. So I challenge anyone to do best. So now I unlocked the Hans camp, which is a new biome. I will be able to get to it on my next run.
And yeah, that's how you unlock the story, and basically all the extra content is by meeting characters, and then obviously like you've unlocked new biomes, so we're going to go there, and then you're going to meet more people, and it's kind of like a chain of unlocking stuff.
Oh, this seems like a hard jump, like very complicated.
So yeah, every time you come back to a biome, there should be something new for you to discover.
Yes.
But we really wanted to have extra biomes at the start. So sometimes in roguelikes, the first biome is always the same. But we really wanted to have a choice. So there's actually 3 first biomes. So when you start a run, you can really just kind of think, okay, I want to do something completely different. And yeah, you can go basically wherever you want.
Oh, and this is also new now.
This is new.
Yeah.
So this is a medallion slot. You can see on the top left that I have 3 right now. If I get this one, I get 4. For now, they are empty.
Yeah.
But I can use it to get more medallions. And
yeah. And is this unlocked for every run?
No, that's just for this run.
For this one,
yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And later on, you'll get choices of like, oh, do I want a medallion slot, or do I want to get extra health? So there's decisions to be made.
It's a hard choice.
Yeah.
I think this is my favorite part of the music. It's like when it's in this area, I really love it.
Alright, so good.
Oh, you're a pro. Speed running.
We could. I want to see if I can find some new medallions, maybe, to show off cool reactions. Yeah, no, this is just a tool. So let's get this one. This one is cool because when you throw it, it comes back.
Yeah.
You can do cool stuff with that.
Yes, if you've got like 4 enemies around you, you just chuck it and you'll get everyone.
Oops. I won't kill you. I could go to the boss, or I could keep exploring the level. So that's why we have those teleporters. So sometimes you find the entrance to the next level, but you feel like maybe you're not strong enough yet to go there, and you want to explore a bit more, see if you can find better weapons, medallions.
Is this because you're afraid that you're not going to do anything this run? Admit it.
I'm not afraid.
But maybe we can jump to the boss?
Yeah,
sure.
So we can get ready for...
Okay, I can go to the boss. Let's do it.
I'm deciding for you, I'm sorry. I have to do it with these medallions. Those weapons.
It's alright. I can take this. And let's go. So it's hitless or nothing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No pressure.
No. I can do it. I don't like this weapon so much. It's a bit on the slower side. So it's very powerful, but the attacks are heavy. I prefer the faster.
Fast, yeah.
But it's fine. Okay. So right now I just did a vault over the character. When I do that, I can get some invincibility frame. So that allows you to dodge the attacks. And now I'm just bullying her. How much time do I have?
No, you can finish this.
Okay.
Then,
Let's use the other rock. Throw a chakra.
It's the next stage.
Yeah. So now she breaks the wall, so that I cannot wall run so much high anymore. Like it's a bit harder to dodge.
I'm sure you can do this. No problem.
Sure I can. Now I break the shield, hit her. Throw the chakra. Ah, I was too far. Attack.
Almost there.
Oh no! It's alright. Oh no!
No. Well, that was close.
Okay.
That was close. We believe that you're a pro, don't worry.
It's fine. And we're going to kill her so that we can end this thing. And we kill. There you go. So that was Beirut, the first boss.
You did a great job.
I got hit.
But yeah, now we have a nice surprise, right? I don't know if you want to introduce the next guest.
Yeah, so this is Asadi and Sai. Asadi makes the soundtrack, and Sai is his wife who sings on some of the tracks too. So yeah, this is the guy who has these traditional Persian instruments, which you can see in the image. And yeah, he mixes it with electronic trap, and it is amazing.
It's an amazing soundtrack, honestly. I cannot stop listening to it. Yeah. But yeah, we're ready to get them on stage, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's go. Thank you, everyone.
All right, cool. Thank you, guys.
We
go?
Yeah, we can go.
Hey.
Hi, everyone.
So?
Yeah.
Azadi Comercial Xi Live Performance. Azadi Comercial Xi Live Performance. Apresentação ao vivo de Azadi Comercial Xi. Apresentação ao vivo de Azadi Comercial Xi.
Do you want the mic? Do you want to come here? Yeah, come. Here you go.
Can we give it up for Zai, ladies and gentlemen? You know, I gotta say, I mean, I'm Persian American, and the Middle East isn't often seen in media, in gaming, in music, and so in the few moments when people from all around the world pay homage to our culture, we definitely pay attention and we see it, and we always hope that we can be culturally and accurately represented, as we are human beings. We do make art, we have our own instruments, we have our own culture, and it's such an honor to see a Prince of Persia game, thanks to the Evil Empire team, that truly and accurately represents Persian culture. We hope you see it too, and I'm very honored to be a part of this and represent my heritage. And I'm truly honored to be able to work with Zai, to be the voice for this game. We hope you all very much enjoyed the soundtrack and the art direction for the new Rogue Prince of Persia. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Evil Empire, and thank you, Ubisoft, for having us in. It's so cool. It was so amazing to write the song and breathe life into an incredible hero. I think we all need a hero, and he's definitely a very good one. So, thank you again very much.
Morbid Metal
Hello,
Introduction. Morbid
Welcome
Metal
to the Community
Introduction.
Lounge, by Ubisoft Live at Gamescom. I'm Anna, I'm a community developer, and I'm sitting here together with Felix, who is the game director at Screen Juice and the mastermind behind the game Morbid Metal. Felix, who are you?
Hi, yeah, I'm Felix. I'm the founder and game director of Screen Juice, and I used to work alone on Morbid Metal like many years ago as a solo developer, and it kind of evolved into what it is now. Now I'm sitting here on the couch at Ubisoft. Somehow, I don't know how that happened.
It's a long story.
It's a long story for sure.
So, what can we expect from Morbid Metal?
Well, Morbid Metal is a third-person hack-and-slash roguelike in which you can shapeshift to unique characters to slaughter your enemies with real powerful combos. So you can think of like how in a shooter game you would switch weapons with a single press of a button, but here you would switch full characters. Each character has their own moveset and abilities and attacks, and you can switch between them on the fly during combat and chain the abilities together really smoothly to create really stylish combos and just, you know, wreak havoc on your enemies, really. Yeah.
Amazing. And if the audience wanted to play that right now, could they do that?
Absolutely, they can. Since the summer, we have a demo out on Steam. You can just, you know, hop in, play a little bit of Morbid Metal, and get a feel for the combat system. Yeah, hopefully you like it and have as much fun with the game as we do.
Indeed, as a demo, not a full game.
It's a demo. It's not a full game. Yes.
Yeah. Soon.
Yes.
Soon.
Soon. Yes. TM.
Yes. I hear that in the beginning, the first inspiration for the game was Dota. But the game is absolutely not like Dota right now. What are your current inspirations?
Yeah, it started out many years, like 8 years ago when I started with the project. Dota was the main inspiration because I was just playing Dota a lot. It has nothing to do with this anymore. Over the years it got faster and faster. And nowadays really Devil May Cry, Nier Automata, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance are the main combat inspirations, and we kind of tie this together with with a lot of inspiration from Returnal and also Hades, bringing this into this roguelike structure that we have.
Indeed, with a new very core mechanic of switching protagonists instead of weapons, which makes the game quite unique.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can really have combos that extend quite a lot, and they're split into multiple characters. So for example, you'll see this later when I'm playing a little bit, but for example, you start your combo with Eku's ground cleave, you lift enemies up into the air, switch to flux, juggle enemies around during mid-air, bash them down to the ground again, and then like finish them off with Eku. You have multiple character switches all around, you can fluidly switch between them at any time, and you just juggle your enemies, dish out damage with all sorts of attacks and chain them together. Yeah.
Juggling enemies sounds pretty complex. Is this a very difficult hardcore game?
Depends who you ask. I would say to a certain degree, yes. I think it's kind of okay to just and easy to pick up, right? You can just get in, mash some buttons, slaughter your enemies a little bit, up until a certain point. Up until a certain point, you will need to really utilize all the characters and all the tools you have to your disposal and really explore the combat system, so you learn how combos work and how you can chain things together to actually progress in the game and get further. But it's still relatively intuitive, and you can just jump in and have some fun this way, up until a certain point.
Indeed. What's the reward you're looking for when you're sitting down and playing the game? What's the feeling? What's the experience you want people to have?
Fun. That's what we're all about.
Yeah, but how?
That's our core, right? Everything we design is always with the idea in mind that it's supposed to be fun, and we just want to have a good time for players. Our gameplay, our combat system is our core. Everything revolves around that, and everything in that revolves around the shape-shifting mechanic. So just going in, slaughtering enemies, and just having a really good time is what we want to do with this game. Really.
Indeed.
Yes.
And currently you can play 2 of the protagonists in the demo, but there's going to be more, right?
Yes, exactly. Soon when we're launching into early access, we're launching with 3 playable characters. Obviously, we have the plans to extend the roster during early access, and ideally, if players love it enough, of course, beyond as well. So yeah.
The combos are going to be endless. The more protagonists we add, it's going to be crazy.
Yes.
The game is set in this quite post-apocalyptic world. It's very beautiful, but it's clearly falling apart. Could you tell me something about the lore behind the universe?
Sure. So Morbid Metal is set in a simulation that was initially supposed to be some sort of last resort for mankind. It's in a distant future. Earth has gone... Well, things don't really go well nowadays, and we took inspiration from that. So climate collapse, wars, everything kind of just really goes down the drain. And the simulation was created by a few humans as a last resort to kind of make mankind survive, upload their brains, a little Matrix-esque in that sense. And you're playing as an AI in a long line of AIs that were supposed to be trained in the simulation to be the next evolutionary step of mankind. But really it's about you kind of finding your own place and breaking out of this endless cycle of abuse, because, well, you're going to have to slaughter enemies over and over and over and over, and it seemingly is never stopping.
Indeed, indeed. There's going to be a bit of a cycle to get everything going and to break out finally. How about we just show them what this is about?
Yeah, sure. Let me just jump in.
We will just talk about it while we're playing.
Live gameplay show que es Morbid Metal. Live gameplay show que es Morbid Metal. Demonstração de jogabilidade ao vivo Metal Mórbido. Demonstração de jogabilidade ao vivo Metal Mórbido.
The second character. Usually you unlock the characters over the course of the game, unlocking as you go. But for demonstration purposes here, I already unlocked the second character called Eku.
Yeah, and we've completed the tutorial too.
Yes, that too.
We're currently playing with, Flux and then Echo now. And you can see how it works when you're switching fluently between the 2 characters in combat, depending on the situation, depending on what you want to do. Yeah, we're going to encounter some mysterious voices guiding us along as well and egging us on. Could you tell us anything about them, or do you want to keep it secret?
I don't want to spoil too much, but they're definitely intertwined with the idea of the simulation and the creation of it. They kind of are the reason why you're fighting here and what's going on. But the relationship with the player and how it evolves over time is, I'll leave it up to the players to discover for themselves.
Do you want to tell us anything about Flux?
Yes, so Flux is the main character of the game, if you say so. It's the first character you can play with, and is a little bit of a special one. So I've mentioned that you're playing as the latest of a chain of AIs that were created. Previous iterations were not necessarily as successful in being worthy of being a successor for mankind. And thus Flux was the newest one. And Flux is a little bit special because Flux has the ability to shapeshift and is able to learn from past mistakes of previous iterations. And therefore is a little special and is really the new hope of the two characters, of Eden and the operator.
Indeed. Learning from our mistakes and
we are definitely taking... Excuse me?
Learning from our mistakes and from the environment is going to be important.
Also a big part of the game itself for players because, you're supposed to die. Let's be real, it's a roguelike. You're going to die over and over. But you're going to learn from your mistakes. You're going to also have meta progression upgrades and get stronger over the course of the game. However, of course, some progress is resetting. For example, routines. Right now, after each combat, you'll be able to choose a routine, which is basically a temporary upgrade that resets when you die. And for this one, I'm definitely going to take the ricochet projectiles because Flux has a skill where it can shoot nanoblades, which then can bounce to different enemies, which is kind of powerful. So definitely taking this one here.
Yeah, I imagine as you're continuing to play, you find your favorite skills and your favorite abilities and build on that.
Yes, absolutely. It's part of the idea of the game that you can... just encountered an Eden's Blessing right away, which is crazy. That early, but it's really powerful. It lets you upgrade an already existing routine to the next level, making them even more powerful. And especially if you get these early, it's not that much up to chance if you get something you wanna go for. Because I only had one of them. It's pretty clear what I'm gonna be upgrading. But you can see ricochet projectile is gonna make them bounce all about, which is definitely a very powerful upgrade.
Indeed. And just to clarify, we don't know exactly what we're gonna encounter because the maps are randomly generated every time you start. So
exactly. So we do have handcrafted environments. So everything you see here is built by your team by hand. However, the rooms and the levels are randomly stitched together. So each run is going to feel different. Each run is going to be unique. But we still want to make sure that we have really nice environments and high quality levels all around. And,
You really don't have a lot of health right now.
Yeah.
Are you going to be okay?
Yeah. Should be fine. That said, so I bugged myself into a weird spot that usually doesn't happen. But I'm just going to restart real quick.
It is in early access.
It is not even in early access.
Not even yet.
Luckily, that happened right at the beginning of the run.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Learn from their mistakes. Don't repeat them.
I was going to say as well, while we're playing, you can always point your phones at the QR code over there, and you'll get the ability to ask questions for Felix, just in case there's anything you're wondering about the game. We'll have some time at the end to answer those, I hope.
They are obstacles on your way to perfection. Nothing more.
I hate these lasers, I'm not gonna lie.
It's normal. It's a roguelike. We're supposed to die.
You're supposed to die.
Yeah.
And also in this demo, we do not have any meta progression in there. So usually you get stronger over time and are supposed to, you know, find your ways as this AI, as it's learning and it's iterating. It's kind of like inspired by, you know, machine learning and how that usually takes a lot of iterations to, you know, become the useful version it is in the end.
Indeed. We ended up in a weird place there as well. What's that? The void.
Excuse me?
We ended up in a bit of a weird place there when we died as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As it's randomly generated, we also have procedure generation inside the rooms. For example, these lasers which, you know, can sometimes put you in a situation, but they can switch up the combat in certain rooms every now and then, and it really adds a little bit of, you know, extra spice to the combat scenarios.
Indeed.
They are obstacles on your way to perfection. Nothing more.
Definitely taking Blink Amp here. It's a very powerful upgrade that lets you, you know, just deal major damage with your Blink Strike. And some of these upgrades have some really awesome synergies. For example, we have another upgrade that upgrades the Blink Strike of Flux and gives you more charges, which allows you to just zip-zap around across the place, dishing out like really large damage. And it's what I'm kind of hoping for in the next upgrades. It's a really powerful, you know, way to play. So we'll see. Maybe I'm lucky. But as it's you know, chance-based, of course, it's a roguelike. It definitely, you know, depends on your luck sometimes and what you can get.
Let's hope we get the right ones. We have a question from Niels. Will the game be available for consoles or only PC?
Currently only focusing on PC. However, we're looking into these kind of things, but you know, cannot really say anything at this point in time, unfortunately.
Cara burro, hein? Ele fazer da consola. Levar pro PC só.
Both of them are pretty good, but I'm going for a little companion here. It's a little nice drone that helps me, you know, deal with all the enemies that are trying to kill me. So
it's a bit cute. Having a pet. something a little bit about Echo. We talked about Flux before. What about Echo?
So Echo is definitely a little bit of a, heavy hitter. Definitely focusing on AoE and heavy attacks, dishing out a lot of damage, but definitely also being a little slower. It's definitely a trade-off. Echo's been trapped in the simulation for a long time. Was not strong enough in the end. Didn't have the ability to shapeshift just like Flux has, but has been assimilated by Flux over the course of the game, and Flux taking in everything that Echo learned, his personality, everything, and then kind of utilizing this during combat. Here we're in the shop. I do have a little bit of tokens that I can spend. I don't have enough for a universal routine. Universal routines usually upgrade the character as a whole, like the player as a whole, not a specific character. Other routines just focus on a single character. Since I do have ricochet projectiles, I think I will go for Flux in hopes that I get a lingering card. Exactly this one, because that allows me to have the nanoblades that are being shot with Flux's second skill also be shot out during normal attacks, which is kind of powerful. So definitely hoping to deal some good combo damage with these.
Where were you? What are you capable of?
O jogo parece bem simples. Mais simples que o Lost Outside, que estamos jogando no canal em breve. Então. Já estamos gravando, né? Estamos 3 episódios gravados.
These Lingering Carnage nanoblades actually also carry over to other melee characters. So for example now Echo also has these nanoblades that are spawning when attacking, which can be quite powerful, as all the characters have different attacks, different ways of dealing damage. They do definitely give a little bit of depth to the whole thing. Synergies that carry over from character to character, and really enhancing the combat, combo potential.
Yeah, so you have to think a little bit as well, where you're going, where you want to go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, some health. I take that.
Nice. Yeah, there are some secrets to find through
exactly.
the maps.
Yeah. Throughout the environment, we do have some secrets, some walls that you can destroy. Actually, because I made the game partly, I can show you one of them, for example, right here.
Yay.
And you can, sometimes you just find some extra resource. Sometimes you find even other cool stuff. We have the Eden's Blessing that I showed earlier. You can find them throughout the environments, also in secrets. Sometimes really powerful stuff. So it definitely is worthwhile, exploring your environments every now and then.
It's tempting to just hack and slash and destroy as many robots as you want.
Absolutely. Well, it's valid. It's valid. It's definitely fair to do that.
It's meditative, honestly, but it's also good to stop and explore sometimes.
Absolutely. Alright, I gotta be a little careful here, running low on health.
But as we know, if you die, that's just part of the game.
It is part of the game, yeah. I died quite a lot. And I'm not the best controller or gameplay player, so bear with me. I usually play with mouse and keyboard, which some people may not find that great.
Yeah, we have some people in our Discord server that are just amazing. There we go.
That has nothing to do with the gameplay though, it's just me.
Yeah. Shout out to Discord. You're cool. And if anyone watching in the audience wants to join and help us develop the game and give us feedback or try builds, etc., join our Discord.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's also why we are doing early access with this project. We do really value player feedback. I mean, that's who we make the game for, right?
Yep.
Fun is I mentioned fun is the most important part for us, and players should have a good time. And for that, we really need to hear what players like about the game, what they dislike, and we want to develop the game further together with the community during early access and really, make sure it ends up, the project players want and really have a good time. Oh no, it's the lasers again. I'm getting PTSD.
Those lasers, is it possible to juggle enemies into them?
Yes, they do also damage enemies. It's not a lot of damage, but you can, especially in later biomes in the game, we have some environmental, hazards and elements that you can utilize during combat, and push enemies in them. Make sure you can change them into your combos as well.
Yeah.
Okay, we have Devil's Bargains here. That's an interesting one because it's very risky sometimes. It's definitely a risk-reward thing. It gives you, for a limited amount of time, a really powerful benefit, but also a really, some downsides, as you can see. So, kind of thinking basically everything deals double damage because I'm already low HP anyway. I'm gonna die relatively easy right now. So I'm thinking, everything being 100% crit chance for me, but also for the enemies. Sounds good right now. Let's see if the backfires though.
If we die, we die.
If I die, I die.
It'll be fast on the way there though.
Ele convidou ela a jogar, hein? Modo cooperativo. Ela tá pronto, tem muito papel.
Okay, yeah, definitely also going for charge up this time. Three charges on my Blink Strike for Flux is definitely very powerful. Alright, let's see if we can reach this.
Yeah, there are a lot of movement options. And Flux is fast. Dashing around, jumping, double jumping. Exploring is not just about looking.
Yes, there's also, some destructibles around the world. Sometimes they contain some useful tokens that I can use during my shop visit. And, right now, since I'm so low HP, everything helps, honestly.
Yeah.
No. I was seeing it fly towards me. I was scared for my life. Yeah, I need some healing orbs.
It's good to have.
Have a little breather. Prepare for reprieve. I might have just what you need.
Okay, so I can't really see on my screen from here. It has 600 something tokens, so I definitely have some good money right now. So I'm thinking I can definitely afford to heal up a little bit.
Yeah.
And then also buy. Let's see what I get here. These are also a little two-faced sometimes, as they are about the devil's bargains. It can also backfire. I want to play it safe right now because I died quite a lot, and I want to show you guys the boss in the end. I'm going with the little companion.
Where were you? What are you capable of?
Upgrading the little companion. So we have a system in the game that kind of opens up new build paths, like depending on what routine you choose. So in this case, I got the little companion in the shop, and now that opens up the possibility for additional routines that are based on that. Ideally, I don't die again like an idiot. That happens sometimes when I play. It's just me.
And I guess people are probably wondering, when are we going into early access? The answer to that is 2025 at the moment. Keep your eyes peeled on our social media channels for any more information.
Let's see. I personally really like Whirlpool Strike because it just sucks in enemies when I use Echo Strike, which is sometimes really powerful.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Oh, another chest. Nice. Maybe this is my lucky run.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Healing and chests.
I'll be watching.
good combo, the Whirlpool Strike routine with Echo's ultimate ability, just bringing everybody together and just killing them with one huge strike.
Yes. It's very satisfying to just charge in with the Echo and blast everything to bits. So the game is currently available right now as a demo on Steam. So if you're feeling tempted, please go and try it out.
Be clever, be resilient, and be patient with him.
How dare you obscure yourself?
Nice. Let's upgrade a routine right before the boss. Make sure I have the best possible odds to go in this fight. Upgrading Blink Ambit once more. So my Blink Strike now being really powerful, having 3 charges and being upgraded as well to deal more damage. Hopefully it's going to help me a lot during this boss fight.
Well, you seem to be surviving this one. You seem to be surviving this one.
Yeah. This time I'm having the Eden and the Operator in my favor. I'm in their favor, I guess, this time around.
Não sei se vou jogar não, infelizmente.
The past meets the future. Who will emerge victorious?
Eu não sei se eu vou jogar não, hein. Porque eu digo isso, por causa que porra. É muito estranho esse jogo aí.
Why won't you be?
At least we got to show it.
I had hope.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's part of a roguelike, right? You play, you die over and over, but you get further and further every time.
Yeah.
It's part of the game.
Yep. Do you want to tell us anything about Saru?
No.
No.
I want players to definitely find out, during their time with the game. It's a really interesting boss, very powerful, ape inspired mech. Has been a part of the simulation also for a very long time. But I think it's best for players to just find their own way with the narrative and the world of Morbid Metal. Piecing everything in the mystery together over time.
Indeed, because the narrative is actually kind of important.
Absolutely.
It is. It's not just pretty.
They are obstacles on your way to perfection. Nothing more.
Ele tem que voltar lá no boss de novo.
Okay.
Como eu falei, não sei lá o seu café.
Showed about enough for now.
Jogo.
Right.
But we will be back tomorrow.
Yes,
And we'll talk a little bit more about your journey as a
Muito
developer
simples.
into what it has become.
Yes, exactly. It's been a wild ride the past years. Yeah, happy to talk about that.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been amazing to have you here. Thank you. I'm just going to check quickly if anyone has any questions. Oh yeah, there are actually a few questions. Sorry. Yeah, okay, we can answer. Good. Okay.
Morbid Metal
First question
que
from Dennis.
comercial
There is some sort of
região.
ultimate mechanic that spins the camera around the character before unleashing an attack. Could you explain a bit more about that?
The ultimate. Sorry, I think I didn't hear correctly.
Yeah, there's an ultimate mechanic that Dennis has identified that spins the camera around the character.
Yeah. So each character has an ultimate ability, so to speak. This ability needs to be charged up. So just like any other ability in the game, it also has a cooldown. But in order to be able to use it, you have to really, get some combos going. So the better your combos are, the higher your style score is, but also the faster and easier you can charge up special abilities and then using them. These are very powerful, abilities that deal a lot of damage and have a really big impact on the fight. But of course, a little bit of a longer cooldown.
Quase uma hora só pra esse
game. Utilize all your combat, tools to charge them up before.
Não chamou minha atenção.
We have another question about what movies and music inspired you to create this game. First of all, I'm going to have to say that the music of the game is going to have its own panel actually on the Saturday. If you want to come and look and listen to the music and everything that's been done with Blue Stali and everything. So.
Yeah. So the music is definitely, it's a very fast-paced game, right? It's action-packed. It's very visceral, and the music definitely is supposed to help carry this feeling to the player, right? We want to push the player forward. We want it to be exhilarating and just really adrenaline rushed, and the music really. I think takes that with some really cool guitarists, some electronic glitchy beats in there, and just kind of like getting like this kind of like dark metal techno vibe all mixed together that really pushes the player to the max.
We have one more question. Alex has identified a greenish glowing ninja-like player protagonist in the trailers, and they're wondering what the other characters for the game will be like.
So in early access, we're launching with 3 characters. Right now, this demo has 2, and you just seen Echo and Echo and Flux. But for early access, we also have the plans to release with Vector. Vector, I'm not going to spoil too much, but Vector is a shuriken throwing ninja-esque character. It's ranged. It's a ranged character, and it's definitely there to crowd control and chain combos together.
Here's one from Yarak, a good question. What's the end game content or the motivation to continue playing the game?
Well, we definitely have a wide array of upgrades that the players are going to unlock over the course of the game with different ways of progression. Unlocking characters, upgrading, of course, the characters themselves, but also something we call the neural nexus, for example. We incrementally increase the power level of the player, unlock new mechanics over time that really make you a big powerhouse in the end. And of course, we're adding biomes over the course of the game, and in the end, you're ultimately facing, one of the evil creators of the simulation, and uncovering the real mystery about the simulation.
Okay, I'm getting told off. We have to quit now. Sorry, Felix.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone. I wish I could answer your questions. You could come up and ask us after the show, maybe, okay? Okay, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ano X History Hit Introduction. Ano X History Hit Introduction.
Brought to you by History Hit. I'm Matt Lewis. I'm Holly Nielsen, and we are joined by Matt Cook, who is the senior writer of Anno 117 Pax Romana. Thank you so much for talking to us, Matt.
Agora vamos para a segunda parte do show, né?
Privilege to be here. I'm very happy to be here.
We
were trying to think of a first question to ask you to kick this off, and I thought, let's just go with this one.
Okay.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that whole trend cropped up midway through our project, so it was great for us, really. That so we'd already long begun when that kind of came in, but I think I think it's kind of true, definitely, of a lot of team.
Primeira hora foi o Príncipe da Pérsia.
So
Segunda
there
hora.
must be so many things that influence the decisions
Foi aquele
behind
joguinho lá do
what
rapaz
setting
lá
to
que eu não
pick for an
entendi
Anno
nem.
game. And why do you think this
Agora
one
esse
into
daqui,
history
vamos ver.
works particularly well?
Yeah, so I was kind of there from the outset on this project, and we knew we had to find the next Anno, and of
Temos
course we
uma hora a
consulted all the
mais.
player
Que
surveys.
será na
That was
última hora, hein?
very important to us to see what the fans wanted, and always at the top was Roman setting, and
São 4 jogos
I think
diferentes.
it was just overdue. But yeah, we also knew that we had to find a precise take on that setting, because it's a crowded kind of field when it comes to that. That's the Roman setting. There's a lot of games out there that wanting to do Rome, so we had to find our own little path through it.
And Rome is an iconic setting, which is why so many people want a game set there. But the sources for it, for that period, are very different to those for other Anno games. Think about Anno 1800. You've got a very different set of sources to work with. Thinking back to the beginning of this project, did you find yourself restricted or freed by the different source material?
I think a bit of both. We were putting more pressure on ourselves to get more things right on this project historically. Just paying more attention to the context of the world, and where players find themselves when they play the game. And I think much more so than in 1800. It was only at the end of 1800 where we started to do things like Land of Lions, where we just wanted to give more assurance to the player about where they were and who they were. So I think, it was kind of, you're right, there's maybe less evidence, and a lot of historians will say, we don't actually know for sure about this period, much more than 1800, where, things are much more evident, but
How comfortable are you then having to fill that space that we don't know? There must be some responsibility that goes with that, because you're putting that world in front of players.
Yeah, I think what's important for us is to get, we're going to put things in the game that really wind up fans of history. There's no question about that. But if you look back through Anno, it's always been a little bit the case that there's a degree of abstraction from history. In some games, history is taken so seriously, it's like one-to-one almost. And we know we're not that. We know that. It's important maybe.
Se eu achar,
I think what I was
do mês de
trying to do
agosto,
the project was to
eu boto
help us
depois
find underlying truths of the period.
do último evento
So
lá da.
just, reading around and trying to get some good research done and make sure that we kind of hit most of the main
dia
notes.
12.
And some stuff is just topsy-turvy,
So were there, alongside the historical sources, what kind of pop culture, was there anything, any art, any media that you found the team kind of kept referring back to when creating it? What were there any influences?
Yeah, so early on, a lot of the choice of setting, for example, came from, for me it was Rosemary Sutcliffe. I don't know if you know Rosemary Sutcliffe, but if you've seen the film The Eagle with Channing Tatum in it, based on the Eagle of the Ninth, this is quite a kind of typical bit of reading for children in the UK, and one I grew up with. And what's beautiful in that is just the description of our province of Albion, as in her words. She was writing speculative fiction. It's so enchanting, and I think that was really inspired us to want to recreate those cities. Thinking more broadly, like Asterix, there's a great image of, I think it's Lutetia, it's is the city, and you see these two halves, and one half is Roman, one half is Celtic, and we just thought, yes, this is the thing. So,
I grew up reading the Asterix comics, so I'm on board for that.
Yeah.
How much are you leaning on things like horrible histories and things like that?
Yeah.
People are aware of that kind of version of history.
Yeah, I think tonally that we have a lot in common with Horrible Histories. We even had this idea, you know, in Horrible Histories, this little rat holds up a sign that says "True Fact," and we actually had this idea. Oh, we should do that in the game. We should have some pop-up. You know, and there's just too many pop-ups in Anno, right? We decided not to do that. It's kind of immersion breaking to do that, but it was definitely something we considered because we were pretty proud actually of how many things are true, and yeah, the game's full of facts, and we don't really always sort of say, look, this is a fact, but they're there if you know your stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you must want to, though, having put all of that research in, you must want to say, look, and this is actually real.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there are elements of, for example, the game's quests where we put a lot of things forward because we want to focus on those things. You know, I think the topic of slavery, for example, just to anticipate the question, because a lot of people think Roman period slavery, how will they deal with that? And I think we knew that there wouldn't be a feature, per se, to address it because it's not very Anno. Anno's generally quite a nice experience, and we did feel that, unlike some other games that do tackle it, having this feature in there is a very cynical perspective to have for Anno players, and it didn't really fit with how we think of Anno, how the team thinks of Anno. But it's just you know, it's such an important part of Roman and ancient history. You know, every culture, the Celts as well, were dealing in slaves. So I think it's very important to have that visible. And so in every story area of the game, you will see loads of stuff about slaves and how they're treated and stories from them. So yeah.
And are there historians that the team were leaning on? Were you particularly reading anybody's work and passing the books around the office to get a better grip on Roman history? Yeah, for sure. I think so. I think of Mary Beard straight away because she's written some chapters. I think in SPQR mainly there were these chapters about the frontier and frontier life, and you know, Rome away from Rome, and yeah, just helping us to imagine what it's like when Roman culture collides with Celtic culture, and that conflict actually between Roman and Celtic, or in fact any other province in the Roman Empire that's far away from the heart, how that actually is, and how it feels, and how we could imagine it for players, and yeah, that was a lot of fun. That. Yeah.
So you've spent obviously so much time developing this game and living in the world of historical entertainment. Do you now find yourself viewing other bits of historical entertainment differently now that you've kind of gone through this process?
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'm less harsh as a critic of things that aren't entirely committing to the idea of history, because it is difficult to strike a balance between what you're trying to achieve as fiction. In the end, we're trying to make fiction much more than we're trying to address the history, but we also like to research around and make sure that we include everything that we can to get the history in. Yeah.
And when players start the game, they're able to choose between governing two different regions, Latium and Albion. Were there kind of real-world inspirations for those two different regions?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Latium... So we know Pompeii and Herculaneum are the best preserved examples of cities in Italian culture, so from the Roman period, and I think...
lembrando em breve, depois do Lost Side,
to kind of draw attention to that
trouxe outra.
And also it's very beautiful, the Amalfi Coast and Capri and Bay of Naples. So for Latium, that was really the main inspiration.
Só que o Lost Side, não sei se vou trazer a platina dele aqui no canal não, hein?
Reference to Rome.
Porque tem que zerar duas vezes.
It's not really present in the game. And the reason for that is that it's like the center of a solar system. So that's where the Emperor sits. It's bright.
A primeira no normal e a segunda
planetary bodies
é no modo difícil.
And we want players to also be able to build cities that rival Rome, not just to kind of recreate what Rome is like based on the floor plans. But to actually
Se não trouxer agora aqui a platina em sequência do Death Stranding,
And how
não tem
much
problema.
was Albion based on kind of Roman descriptions of what places like Britain
O problema
were
é que é a
like? You know,
história.
are you taking what the Romans
Mas se tiver
thought
platina, melhor
Albion
ainda.
was like and creating a world like that?
Yes, I think so. Latium's on the surface. Latium is very, very pleasant and serene and calm, but there's a kind of ugly undercurrent to it, which you hopefully will encounter with a lot of the game's characters and the pirates we have. We call them raiders for this game. But you'll see that kind of seedy underside to it. Whereas in Albion, it's kind of the reverse. On the surface of it, it's all of the myths that the Romans tell each other about that place. It really, there's talk of cannibalism and all sorts of things, probably ill-founded, possibly ill-founded. Terrible stories of beasts and what lies beyond the last ocean, but actually they're very warm and nice people and also very smart and sophisticated people when you do meet them.
Gostaria de fazer meu próprio jogo, galera. Inovar a
That's so
indústria de
interesting. I think
games.
particularly, I love the idea of not just exploring it, but exploring perspectives of a place is really unique. And I was just wondering, how do different settings, how does it affect the mechanics of the game? And how do you have these kind of different mechanics, but still keeping it feeling like Anno?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the...
Tenho muitos ideias para fazer vários jogos,
a lot
não
of the things are the same, a lot of the kind of...
mais 10 jogos posso fazer.
That's something that we obviously try to improve in different ways. But I think, for example, the introduction of goods that are really unique to each province and trying to improve our level of accuracy when it comes to what we include based on previous Anno. I think that was very important to the setting. I absolutely love the goods we have in the new game. I mean, some of them are still fantastic. Trousers are not, however. We have trousers and togas, right? And there's just a great kind of amusing parallel there between the two cultures. The fact that I'm wearing trousers now. No one's wearing togas unless they're cosplaying, really. And my colleague tells me this is partly because riding horses, it's pretty awkward if you're wearing a toga. We don't need to get into that, but pretty awkward. And so, trousers just became the main thing. But to the Romans, gens togata, that's... Being a Roman was really strongly associated with wearing a toga. And, we wanted to get that across.
Estou botando a meio-dia por uma razão óbvia.
In fact, there's an emperor, I can't remember, it's much later actually than our period, but he outlaws trousers and says, right,
dão mais trabalho para gravar.
Basically because the idea of what a Roman was disappearing with the advent of trousers.
It's a
weird idea, but yeah.
I mean, that's so interesting to hear because luckily we had a chance to play the demo and, we were heartbroken when it finished and we wanted to keep playing. But the fashion was really interesting to me. And I kind of zoomed in, and I love zooming in these games and seeing all the little people walking around. And I had a bit of incidental dialogue, and it was just a guy saying, "I can't wear a toga, I've got knobbly knees." And I was like, "That's great."
I think that was the Libertus, who's a freedman. So actually, he can't wear the toga in the game. So that's why he says that, because he never will, sadly for him, because he's on the lowest tier. And he never needs or craves the goods that the later tiers need. That's how the game works.
There are a lot of characters in the game, in Anno, that people will come across and encounter, but none of them are real historical figures. But are there maybe a few historical figures that you moulded these people around? Who were some of the key figures in the period that you were thinking about?
Well, the most obvious one in Albion, which is our version of Britain, if you haven't seen, is Vawada, which is, in fact, one of the names that crops up in some texts for Boudica, as she's more commonly known. Essentially, the antithesis of the Roman conquest in Britain, trying to strike out against Romans, burning Cirencester, and so on, mainly because of terrible injustices, which we deal with slightly differently in our game because it's a more rose-tinted view, and yeah, we don't deal with.
Desde criança cresceu débito.
Yeah, some of the worst crimes.
Mas minhas limitações me impediram até agora.
To read into it. But yeah, we have this character. She can be, to some degree, pacified, but you basically have to do a lot of Celtic centric things in order to get any change out of her at all. So yeah, she's basically modelled on Boudica quite closely, I would say. Yeah.
And are there Roman figures who influence characters in the Latium world?
For sure. We have emperors. Our emperors really are. I mean, we have a female emperor in the game. So again, just to remind that we're not trying to one-to-one do history, because that just would never have happened. It's such a patriarchal society. You would never have had a female empress, an empress regnant at least. But we wanted to just do that in the game. That's all, and to see if it would be possible and to find loopholes in Roman.
Então, uma imperadora, mulher.
And thereby telling
Nunca existiu mulher imperadora.
Yeah, both female and male empresses are based on kind of composites of various emperors like Hadrian, or really listen to the characters to get that, but they are really composites of lots of different emperors. I mean, Emperor Lucius we have in the campaign. He tries to sort the imperial papers in his own small office, which is something. Don't ask me, I can't remember, but one of the Roman emperors did this, which we just found so funny, that he tries to sort the papers for the whole empire in his own little study. It's so ridiculous. So that's, these little anecdotes kind of creep into all the characters, I think.
And in terms of the mechanics, so there are some mechanics in 117 that are an evolution from previous games.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, are there any that are unique to Anno 117 that you wouldn't have had if it wasn't for the setting, that the setting kind of inspired or brought a unique perspective?
Yeah, I think the main one there is the...
Que pena que a Ubisoft Brasil não gravou isso aqui.
Our Britannia province. It's necessary for you to decide between...
Antes de gravar, eu olhei o canal da Ubisoft Brasil e não tinha nada da Gamescom.
You can decide to make your residents more like Romans, they consume Roman things.
No ano passado eles estavam na Gamescom.
All of the nice things that Rome ever did for them, and on the other side of it, you can allow your people to just naturally be the Celts that they are. We've always imagined, for example, like in previous Annos, it's always been like a colony sim. So you go somewhere and you colonize, and it was always our intention that here you're actually interacting always with the people that have always lived in that province. They're not coming over on ships. It's just a question of where you lead them, Many of them are drawn to Rome's attractions, of course, but many of them also want to stick on the other side. So I think this feature is, really the quintessence of the project. Yep.
How much are you leaning into the idea of what did the Romans ever do for us? Because there's obviously a bit of Monty Python in there. What did the Romans ever do for us apart from the roads, the aqueducts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Mercator tier, which is like the second-tier Romanized residents, are quite mercenary. They're nice in their own way. Everybody's got nice traits as well, but I always find them a bit kind of, they're after the, all of the nice stuff that Rome can bring them, the kind of, this kind of stuff and the money stuff. So I think it's...
terminando a Gamescom, focarei em outros eventos que eu tenho que trazer aqui no canal, que são de 2 horas ou menos.
So while there's a sort of mercenary aspect to the Mercators, the Nobles tier, they're more interested in a career, potentially, back in Rome.
Pelo menos até dia 18 tem evento no canal.
They will never have that. It's like the Alan Partridge of
East Anglia
or something, where they're desperate to make more of themselves, but there's just no path. No matter if they're good, law-abiding Romans, they live in Albion. And we know from history that very few Albionites, very few people from that part of the world were ever senators or anything important. So it's a true story.
Dá tempo.
And as the senior writer, did you feel any pressure
Temos que gravar mais 8 eventos, sim, dá
any of
tempo.
the kind of widely held
8 é mínimo no que estou olhando
of the past, or did you kind of have to let that go at a certain point?
Yeah, to a certain degree. I think our team, our function within the studio is as a relatively new part and pillar of Anno, is to encourage others to spend a bit more time with the history and to invest a bit more into, especially the design department, working together, collaborating. But also to a certain degree, we're all making this thing together, and you can lead a horse to water, you can't make it drink. So I think we just want to encourage people to explore these things, but the most important thing, as always, it's got to be fun. It's got to be, you don't want to bend backwards to try and do something where it's just going to ruin the mechanics. So yeah, we're always
eventos de 1 hora mais ou menos.
Is it good gameplay? And
máximo 2 horas.
Yeah, but of course, like within our team, like we have a lot of people with historical understanding and expertise, and they want to put that into practice. And we just pick our battles. No.
Religion is a big new element for the Anno franchise that appears in Anno 117. How do you go about introducing such a broad new feature that brings in lots of different ancient religions and the ways that they can interact with each other as well?
Yeah, I think it was, a lot of these city builders in the past have had, for example, religious systems where the gods have been real, in the game, like mythology come alive, and we knew that we were just a bit too close to a more grounded version of the Roman world to do that. So we wanted to show, for example, on the streets, you'll see a lot of candles in the evening, little votive offerings. So a much more kind of transactional idea of religion, like it was central to the Roman world. And I don't think, I had to work quite hard to persuade the directors, but essentially we needed to have religion in the game because it was one of the most central parts of Roman life, and it would have been very weird to conceive of the Roman world without it. And we also had this great opportunity because, the Roman Empire is like, if you imagine it like a body spanning across the whole of Europe and beyond, and it's got this circulatory system, and in that blood flow, you've got goods, like ultimately from China coming in, but you had goods all the way around the empire, and with that, ideas. And for example, ideas. You only have to point out, for example, the Pompeii Lakshmi figurine that they found in the ruins of Pompeii. This is like 79 AD, so before our setting. And this figure is, Lakshmi, if you know your Hindu religion, it's called that just because it's a female figurine in a specific pose like this that's just very, it smacks of India. You look at it right away and you think, well, this is just like something you could find now in India somewhere. And, that's the power of empire, that these things travelled around. I also think of the pepper pots that are found in Northumbria. That's amazing. The pepper would have travelled all the way from India, where Romans had kind of ship routes, indirectly probably, passing from one ship to another, gradually making their way all the way to Northumbria, so that people have pepper to put on their food. I can't imagine. I can't imagine it would have been the freshest dried pepper, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it got there somehow.
And so you have this as part of the religion. You
Lembrando, esses eventos são para o segundo horário. Quero gravar até o dia 25.
Huge part of the Anno series. So how easy was it? Did the Roman economy lend itself well to being turned into a game mechanic being turned into
e temos a Tokyo Game Show, então.
I think
já pelo menos da quinta-feira, dia 25,
economic rules that are pervasive,
eventos gravados.
One of them, for example, is
Por que fazer isso? Porque daí automaticamente
so the smallest number of people are at the bottom, even though they're like actually the masses in the Roman world. So
até trazer evento da Capcom também.
We found a way to kind of tell that story,
Monster
because
Hunter.
in the game, the amount of workforce you derive diminishes proportionally to the volume of the
Porque agora,
the patricians
tem uns dias estamos dentro da PlayStation, então tem que tomar muito cuidado.
Which is weird. It doesn't make sense, but that's just Anno. But
mas eu não estou me preocupando pelo
the amount of workforce that's derived from that is actually correctly a pyramid.
Por que eu não tô
And that
preocupado?
means
Porque
that the rest of them must be made up of
até dia
household
24,
slaves,
se
for
saiu,
example,
se eu gravou
or
da
something
PlayStation
like
pro dia
that. But
27,
you can fill it
mais ou
in
menos.
with your own imagination. Basically, there are definitely things where we have to take
Gravou até dia
liberties, and
27
that's
de
mainly
setembro,
because we don't want to destroy the core
hora das
loop of
4.
the game. It's great.
Meu,
You
até
know,
1º de outubro também.
I think it's hard to completely overhaul that.
But what you talked about the Roman economy being this long chain of goods that arrive from different places and move around the empire. That must lend itself quite well to the anno idea, though, that there's this kind of linear production method. You have to create this so that you can create that.
Podia primeiro melhor ainda, porque aí, ó, vou estar com uma semana na frente.
Going. And the Roman Empire is doing that on a almost a global continental scale. But in the game, you need to do that.
Porque dia primeiro temos a Nath.
For sure. Actually, it's yeah, I mean that part of it.
Maria, proteja nuestra esperança. Em breve aqui, 1º de outubro.
Very interesting things start to happen.
Mas agora, dia 23, Angelito de Quatro Patas.
It has different statistical attributes that it would.
Hoje a Nath não está conosco porque ela está.
For example, cheese is
O dia que eu tô gravando, ela tá na viagem, mas ela que saiu o vídeo já voltou. 24 horas só.
Incentive if you're playing Anno to import goods because it has huge benefits on top of the fact that you're supplying your citizens, etc.
E ontem, era dia 29, eu não gravei ontem.
Depending on where you are.
I'm probably getting more and more invested in the game because cheese is very important to me as well.
Yeah.
And talking about things that are important to us, wine. So you mentioned, of course, when we've been talking
amanhã cedo eu vou gravar. Não vai ser domingo que eu vou gravar. Foi a Fórmula 1 primeiro.
So, like I said, you can
lá pelas
produce
11.
things in different areas of the game, and of course, wine isn't an exception.
Vejo o capítulo do Death Stranding.
Viticulture to be in Latium mainly, but you can make wine if you really want to, and you have the right tech in the game. You can start to produce wine in Britain, but it's about half as good. Nasty sour wine. I think the Romans called it posca, wine that kind of vinegars easily.
E lembrando a vocês todos.
Some things don't change. Well, shouldn't say that when there's British wine producers listening. You did touch on slavery a little bit earlier. I just wanted to come back to that because I wondered how big a decision it was for you, having introduced religion and so many other aspects of the Roman world and kind of built the new mechanics for that. Why was there anything more than the fact that it's not the most pleasant aspect of it that made you step away from the slavery in the game as well?
I think the exact design of the mechanical system that we should use was difficult. And I think that difficulty starts to make you think, okay, we better spend time on other features. That's mainly the thing.
Yeah.
And so, just for kind of a development standpoint, you're talking about all these decisions being made. So how does it actually work in development? Obviously, you're a writer. I assume you have a writing team.
Detalhe, galera, lembrando todos
how do all the different
vocês.
parts work?
Yeah.
Death Stranding the Beach.
I think writers normally sit in on most features, so we try
Fazendo aqui no canal. Não vou dizer que o episódio saiu hoje porque
the storytelling in every feature.
já saiu.
Anno's a game with many complex features, and they're all vehicles for telling stories ultimately, and right down to the items, that we have. We think very carefully about who they are.
E lembrando, já terminou o modo campanha. Eu no dia 4. Já estamos no dia 9. Então já sei, o modo história já terminou aqui no canal. Já estamos no capítulo 50, 60 já. De rumo à platina. Estamos na metade já.
So I think, in every feature we try, if we can, to have an influence to affect them, but sometimes it doesn't make sense necessarily to get involved. Modular ships. We have great modular ships in the game. A massive amount of fun, but the amount of narrative there isn't huge. So we avoid that, for example.
Yeah. Holly mentioned earlier that if you zoom in, you can kind of hear little conversations, little snippets of what people are saying, kind of
illustrating. Isso tudo poderia fazer meu game.
How much thought and work goes into that? I mean, are you creating
meu sonho maluco.
huge amounts of scripts, lots of one-liners that you can
Ubisoft?
dot around? How does that work to make it feel realistic when you're listening?
Montreal
among
ou
the
algum
writers,
outro?
it makes up at least 50% of the whole project.
Talvez eles
to
poderiam
come up
fazer
with essentially the dialogue.
uma história louca minha.
And in every
Talvez.
single line, we're trying to squeeze as much juice out of it as we can, and often that will mean trying
Mas como
to
eles
find
sempre
out
pecam
what is telling something about the world. How can we forward the setting? How can we
em
forward the
outras,
story?
em algumas coisas, então seria
So
muito
I think,
difícil.
yeah, if you listen out in the town, you should hear what we call murmur.
Outra
which is
coisa,
just
a
random
PlayStation também
listeners
peca.
talking about their lives.
Tem vários estúdios que
We
poderiam
love
fazer
doing
no
that
meu
stuff, and,
game.
hopefully you find it funny. Hopefully you find it insightful. You know, especially
Não
on the
só
multicultural
PlayStation.
topic, I think all of the residents have something to say about their sense of
Tem
place.
também
Like,
tem
how do they feel about the
suas
world
falhas
they're in.
também.
As I mentioned previously, we have this Romanization mechanic where you can choose to upgrade in Albion between a more Roman or more Celtic resident. But there's also a tier beneath that, which is like the lowest tier. And the characterization of the Wader, as they're called, is just that they're not sure about what world they're going to be in the future. They've come out of a tribe, they're not sure if they want to be Roman or not. And there's this kind of indecision about them. So we try to attend to every character in that way and forward them through this audio. Yeah.
That's really fantastic to hear this kind of... I feel like games like this are really wonderful for displaying macro history, you know, these kind of big moments in history, the Roman Empire, all of this, and then also the micro history represented by the murmur, represented by all of this stuff. And it just works really well because you're physically zooming in and seeing these lives. I spent a lot of time on the demo just doing that. And it works incredibly well.
Yeah, did you use the first-person mode?
No, I didn't.
Well, if you don't know about that, there is a shortcut for that. I'm sure you can look it up. But that's very important, actually. If you're playing the game, it's kind of an Easter egg feature, right? But it's you can walk around your own cities and appreciate them from a very different angle.
That sounds great.
That's very cool. I mean, presumably all of those scripts must amount to an awful lot of words. Do you have any idea of how many lines, how many words of dialogue you had to write?
I think it's in the region of about 100 to 150,000 words for dialogue, and then of course we have text as well, which is even more. But it's a decent amount, and a lot of them are one-liners. So but it's fun. It's really good fun.
It's probably easy to underestimate how much work goes into that, though, because 100,000 words is, you know, a typical non-fiction book. It's a decent-sized amount of work.
Então, dia 9, sai aqui.
Of research and effort that goes into just
o episódio número 41. Então, saiu o episódio 41 hoje, dia 9.
From my point of view, I always
então, amanhã sai o episódio...
primarily about characterization, so... having the seed of a character, I mean, they're probably based on a historical figure.
42 amanhã,
hein? A voice and a personality is more important, I think, than...
41 saiu hoje, então.
In my view, because you want people to connect with those characters, and I think that's where we start every single character in the game, and then, of course, the history inevitably gets swept into that character and their voice and everything. Yeah.
And we've spoken a little bit about the food, the cheese and the wine, and I have on my notes here, birds' tongues and jelly.
Yeah. Well, there's a King Crimson album. I don't know if you're into prog rock, but there's a King Crimson album called Larks, Tongues and Aspic. I think from the 1970s. Sounds like a big tangent here, but basically... we needed the idea of excess in the game, like Roman excess, especially for the latter classes. The patrician especially is really into new fashions, odd things, and they sort of hold their nose as they eat them, but to be seen eating this stuff is very important. And I'm sure there'll be loads of this in the future if we ever do any more stuff. I'm sure we will. But for example, inspiration for this came from things like Romans drinking blue drinks, having blue-themed dinners for themselves, that kind of sense of excess, decadence. I think it only comes with the sort of society that the Romans managed to establish for themselves in this era of great comfort and, relative peace. And yeah, that's what we really liked about this setting in the end, is just that it allowed us to really explore the kind of roses, petals falling from the ceiling and things like that. Yeah.
And you've got kind of gold mines that are powered by aqueducts, so you're able to create these vast Roman structures of things like aqueducts and then put them to work in your town as well.
Yeah, that's the Dolocalthi mines in Wales, where there's some archaeological finds there, essentially that show that the Romans used water to kind of jet wash away the top of the mine to find gold more quickly, and this was seemingly powered by aqueducts and other water technology. So, of course, we put that in the game. You can find that in the tech tree. Yeah.
That's really great. I love hearing about all these different elements and like, oh, that's going in and that's going in.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And so, I mean, that sounds like a lot of fun. But is there any kind of particular aspect of development that you thought that was just particularly fun for you to do, like on a personal level?
Yeah, I mean, I do think the goods are very interesting. I think Romanization is a very interesting topic. The thing about the Romanization system is it's quite abstract in some ways, but I think the most important thing is you get put on the spot as a governor to have that feeling, to make a decision about how the future will be. And I know from the history, a lot of governors would write back to the emperor and say, look, what do I do in this province? It's really weird here. Please help. And the emperor's like, you work it out. I'm too busy, essentially, in a nutshell. And we wanted to create, I think the emperor system as well, like having this kind of person above you. I think it wasn't really the case in 1800. You never really felt like you had to answer to anyone. And so to have to answer to the emperor will make demands of you in the game. And to be kind of between Scylla and Charybdis, to use the classical, a rock and a hard place, right? Between the emperor and what the emperor wants and what the people of your province want. And to be in that position as a governor, I think that's really cool. And you get a lot of decision quests about this, a lot of individual smaller choices. It's a lot of fun. Yeah.
And reflects the genuine history. You know, on Echoes, we've been exploring how the Roman Empire worked and what would be expected of a governor. And one of the things is you govern. You know, the emperor's appointed you. You go away and govern. Don't come asking me every single question. But the governor has to work out, you know, how much of an iron fist he is, how much of a kid glove is he wearing,
pouco mais de uma hora.
people to carry on the way that they were
Tem
before.
mais evento da Uber
Is that something that
onde
the game will encourage people to think about?
For sure, yeah. I mean, like, I'm a terrible governor, for example. Like, and I think the game will just allow you to kind of find your own space. There's so much flexibility in the game compared to previous games. I think you can, you know, morally, economically, you know, there's a lot of decisions to be made, and you have to position yourself accordingly to maybe to your own values, even.
4 horas e 11
and I think
minutos.
that's exactly what Roman governors did. Some of them morally completely bankrupt, you know, embezzling all of the taxes and all of that stuff. So I think
mais de 4 horas.
you can do that. The emperor will quite often demand money from you, for example, and you can decline. You can routinely embezzle. So,
sounds great. Is there any history in the game that you think listeners will think or players will think is just unbelievable? It can't possibly be true, but it actually is.
Yeah, I mean, in the campaign we have. So, I mean, look, I wasn't there, but Emperor Claudius supposedly had an elephant in Britain and rode it around as part of the victory parade. And that's something we have in our campaign story, spoiler. But essentially, we wanted to have that because I think it's not just a superficial thing, like here's a sensational bit of history. It really is there to show, again, like, I mean, elephants are from North Africa, and the Roman Empire is a Mediterranean empire. It's not a Northern European empire.
Elefantes sofrem na África.
Normal, and Britain is not. Britain's the weirdest place in the world, and yet they brought an elephant there.
Qualquer tipo de animal sofre enganando pessoas na África.
And yeah, elephants sailing on ships through terrible seas to get to Britain, and you know, maybe just rolling around in the mud, you know, squirting water, and the locals are just bemused. That was always something that we had in our minds, thinking about the clash of cultures, really.
And that must have been where you really wanted your little pop-up to say, this is real. There must be a fear that you've kind of put all of that effort into the historical accuracy of it, and players will just think, this can't be true.
Yes, I mean, there are things that aren't true in the game, and I maybe draw attention to one which...
Eu trazer todos os eventos aqui no canal, porque eu gosto de cobrir eventos e amo eventos, né?
In the marshlands, you'll see lots of people walking
prazer em estar em de games.
We don't know if people did that. We have no way of knowing. I mean, I just read the ramblings of a farmer somewhere on the internet.
Tive só que era várias coisas em uma. Tinha artistas, tinha
image seared into my mind, and then we knew we had to do it.
Muitos mais.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
I mean, you may have answered this with the wonderful elephant anecdote, but I know as game writers, you like to sneak the odd little thing in there. So did you put in any Easter eggs into the game that you can talk about?
Yes, I mean, maybe actually not something from the writing team, but we have a lovely theatre in the game, so you can build a theatre at some point. And if you are in that first-person mode we talked about, you can position yourself correctly and look into the theatre, and inside you will see a very famous event from Roman history playing out on the stage in front of you using our lovely feedback units. So keep an eye out for that, absolutely. Oh, also, because you mentioned Monty Python, you can play as a character called Bigus Discus, if you like.
Perfect.
It's one of the name-generated names.
Lembrando,
antes de maio. Reference in there, there had to be.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Antes de abrir, eu vou trazer puro GTA.
The people who've joined us here today, people who've been playing the demo, people who will eventually play the game, listeners to this podcast, is there anything that you will hope that they will take away from the game, either in terms of the history and or the gameplay?
Yeah, I hope I've done enough to sufficiently distance us from real history to also say, look,
desde fevereiro, depois do Resident Evil,
there's no question about it. We're desperate for people to find all the references if they can. But also just maybe as a starting point is what we really hope for, to explore, the real history a lot further. Because it is, history at the end is a discussion. And it's not a set thing.
De nenhum.
One interesting thing that happened in the project is that so our Latium setting has this basis in Pompeii, and we wanted to have a kind of Pompeian the Vesuvius eruption and the aftermath of that. And so what we did was we wanted players to recapitulate that, going back under the shadow of the volcano and finding themselves in this slightly creepy atmosphere. And then we saw very recently the article about just that what we'd imagined, and it was just guesswork, was also true, because of course people did go back after the eruption, and that's a weird thought. I mean, what would they have felt going back to the ruins of Pompeii, trying to build up a life there with all that's around them? It was just a fascinating thought.
Well, I mean, you'll be delighted then to know that there is a perfect podcast for anyone who would like to learn a little bit more about the history behind some video games. Echoes of History is brought to you by Ubisoft and History Hit. And we focus on Assassin's Creed a lot, but we're also delighted to be talking about Anno a lot in the build-up to Anno coming out. So thank you so much for joining us, Matt. It's been absolutely fascinating to get under the skin of the game a little bit more and find out how it came to be.
Yeah, it's an immense privilege. Thank you so much. And thanks everyone who's here as well in the audience.
Yeah,
thank you so much,
Thank
Matt.
you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Então, pouco do estúdio dele.
Ano 117. Pex Romana Introdução. Ano 117.
This is, I think, our last panel of the day, which is a
good
feeling after a full day of work. Yes, we are. This is the gameplay panel, which means we are going to be playing Anno 117 Pax Romana live, or Jan is playing, to be more specific. I'm Oliver, I'm the community developer, and the rough plan for the next 45 minutes is roughly 30 minutes of gameplay. and then we have scheduled 15 minutes for a Q&A. So for you here in the audience, if you have questions, you can scan these QR codes on these sides, which will bring you to Slido. I have that here on my tablet. And the questions will appear for me. I'll pick them for that 15-minute segment later. You can post questions whenever you want during the duration of our presentation, essentially. So this is completely up to you. Gamescom for 170 Pax Romana is very much in the spirit of looking at the second province of our game, because we talked a lot about the first province of Latium and the feeling of it.
Que aparece pouco com esse
Albion is very much the northern part of the empire in our game.
O
I can't do it
personagem
by
ali.
myself. I already said I have Jan here playing
Ele
with me,
parece
so if
muito
you
o
two
Poseidon
would
do
like to
Assassin's
introduce
Creed Odyssey.
yourself briefly.
Of course, I can start. I'm Celeste, community manager on Anno, and thanks everyone for being
Oh,
here.
manager aí, ó.
Gameplay. And of course, Jan.
I'm Jan. I'm the development tester at Anno in Mainz, and we're ready to show you some gameplay.
Yeah, so let's start.
Demonstração de jogabilidade ao vivo ano 117. Pax Romana.
Like you can see it from here.
Pax
Like it's
Romana,
completely
okay.
different region than Latium. So forget about lush lavender fields and
Pax Romana.
Here you will be
Um
welcomed
jogo
by
que me chama a atenção pelo
Not
nome.
rain at the moment. I guess we're a bit lucky.
Very lucky.
Yeah. But in general, like the atmosphere is the mood is completely different than Latium, and yeah, the fog, the forest, everything is moodier. I have to say, I like the
Eu vou ter que ver mais sobre esse jogo.
Like it, Jan?
I like
home.
Yeah.
É um RPGzão.
And here you can see right on the right, indeed, that's a new biome.
Oh, the rain has arrived.
Yes, looks great. Bit swampy. That's where all the fog is coming from, it seems. But as unfamiliar it might be for you, it's not that unfamiliar for the local population that you will meet in Albion. And here you can see, for example,
Tá vendo que o Ubisoft colocou para ler o nome pigmento? Por que eu botei lá no final para poder ver o tempo? Porque eu queria saber
walking on stilts. I love that.
mais detalhes, né?
It's amazing.
Quando faltaria para mim terminar.
But yeah, this
Eu
is
precisava, né?
one of the production chains that it's typical in Albion, and the guy that you can see now on the right is actually our Raider. It's the first population tier that you will unlock in Albion. And
chega a música.
They have very
Angelito de cuatro patas. De María Antonia Gabilotti, mi amorcito.
In Latium, for example, this is a tiny little settlement that our lovely Jan has built. It's looking great.
Yep.
Look at how you build those nice diagonal roads as well, here and there. I like that.
Además, eu quero fazer até 1º de outubro, deixar tudo preparado.
You are in 170 Pax Romana. You
A partir de 1º de outubro sai a música Maria. Proteja nossa esperança.
How do you govern? How do
A mesa
you
virgem.
treat them? How do you steer this province? What do you do with this
Então,
province and its people? And yeah, we're starting
tô
with the
fazendo já
first
dois
tier,
pra
the Raiders.
frente.
They have, as you said, Celeste, they have two different needs in this case.
Yeah.
If we're looking at the food category, we have.
Eu poderia dividir esse espetáculo, essas 4 horas.
And then there's a marketplace that they want, and bar.
Tem vários programas da Gamescom.
And then the last category,
Mas
we'll look at this fashion, I think it's called, right?
Fashion, yeah, it's important.
Obviously, on the first
quero contar a Gamescom quanto antes possível.
It's more about the very basics. So
I would say convenience, considering the swamp and the marshes. Like having shoes.
Shoes is nice.
Sounds like a good idea, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I see the shoe is not fulfilled quite well. So why not build another one just to be on the safe side and produce some more shoes?
Já temos 6 músicas publicadas pela Maria Natália aqui no canal.
Yeah, you're placing it directly in the marshes because it's another of the production chains that are typical of the marshes as well.
Yeah.
It's the reed, yes. This is the
shoe weaver.
I would place it somewhere else, maybe, yeah.
Somewhere else? Okay, if you insist.
You mean at this very suspicious place in the middle of the city, yeah?
Yeah, like every good cooking show, we are prepared.
Yes.
You can only make this joke once during the whole presentation.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, so this is population tier 1. And then the special thing about Albion is that you, in contrast to Latium, where you have like a linear upgrade path. So we have the first tier of Liberty, you go to plebeians, equestrians, and patricians. But in Latium, as we mentioned, as a Roman governor, you have a certain choice because you can decide in which direction you want to steer the population.
Yeah.
What kind of governor are you? Do you let them stick to their own traditions? You choose the Celtic way, as you can see on the right side, or are you? Do you want to Romanize the population? Do you want to carefully pressure them into adopting some Roman culture, some Roman customs? This is the choice you can make, and this will have a variety of
eu poderei
impacts on
virar comunista
we thought we just
ou capitalista.
audience today decide
Dependendo do que tiver fazendo esse jogo, vai ter uma consequência.
Albion, Roman Celtic or Celtic?
Romans, Celts. What?
Celtic.
I think I heard Celts.
Celts.
Yeah, I see people are nodding.
Wise choice.
So go for Roman. Go for Roman.
Oh,
No.
go for Roman? Nah, let's be nice. Let's do Celtic, right?
Like you can see also the visual change already. The house has gotten bigger. I mean, it's still very nice. I really like how like rustic they look, like with all, like you can see all the materials that they use to build their houses. It's a very different look than the residences in Latium. I prefer these ones because there's so much nature overgrown, honestly. But yeah, this, of course, this is now the Celtic smith. And of course, they will have different needs compared to the waiters. So they will ask for more stuff for you to provide them. In this case, we have cheese and beer in particular. And I don't know, do we want to play something for them? Maybe some beer?
It's past 5. We can do beer.
We can do beer.
Past 5
Okay.
beer?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go with beer then.
Perfect. Let me just pause the game real quick.
You paused the game.
Yeah.
And you're still building.
Oh, yeah.
I see what you did there. So this is a brand new feature introduced with Anno 117 Pax Romana. And yeah, now you can place building and while the game is paused, basically, which is a great addition. We listened to the feedback. It was a very much requested
Você pode agora fazer os prédios, as casas, tudo com o jogo em pausa. Pode me como se gato.
With less rush, essentially, by being like, I pause the game, I build some stuff, I unpause, and then things continue working, production will continue, these kind of things. So we built everything except the brewery, Jan.
Yeah.
It's a bit tricky, you know. It has some pluses and some minuses, you know, maybe a bit further out, but we don't want long roads.
Maybe it depends on your choice, like if you want to take the risk, because I don't know if you want to explain.
Lembrar outra coisa.
Me?
Se tiver vendo a Frontier, vai no dia 12, um dia depois do último evento da Gamescom. Se tiver evento
in this circle area, essentially, and gives them a buff or a debuff.
Se não tiver da Frontier, se não tiver da Frontier,
all houses in this vicinity generate
eu boto os outros eventos de outras empresas.
But also decrease the fire safety in your settlement because brewery, who knows, could go wrong. You know, could explode, could catch fire.
Explosion.
And then you see at the top bar there, now that we've placed it, fire safety is going down because enough places are impacted. But you also make more money, so it's one of the things where you need to decide what do you want to focus on. If you place it further outside,
se não tiver tempo para me
gravar, but you're not making any money, or not as much at least. So this is one of the things.
Tem 16 para gravar.
That also include happiness.
Todos os eventos. Se conseguir gravar todos os eventos que eu quero gravar até 16.
Belief, what we talk about a bit later. All these things are basically intended to give you a bit of better idea of the health of your settlement. Like, how is the settlement doing right now? Are people happy? And just give you more transparency into systems that we didn't provide to the same degree maybe in previous Anno games.
Yeah. But I'd say we take the risk. It's fine. We need that balance. Like, you just need to place more fire station, which is fine. The Vigilus, I think they're called, right? Oh, it's still unlocked. I guess you can upgrade a few more houses. Yes, that's so satisfying to see.
And they're slow. There we go.
Here we go. Safety first, always.
Very important.
Yes.
No, fire departments are overrated.
Yes, we all know the story with Ollie and is, I don't know what he never plays his fire station in his cities. It's like, oh, then your city's on fire all of a sudden, but yeah.
No. But yeah, okay, so this is population tier 2.
Yeah.
We want to show you a bit more of what happens when you want to upgrade further and how a bigger settlement looks. So Jan was so nice to actually prepare a second save game. That really shows how does it continue if you upgrade further. Also what happens if you would have selected the correct way, which is the Roman way, and upgraded the other direction. So we can show you that in a second as soon as we're loaded. There we go.
Perfect. Oh, look at this. Look at the sun coming through. A different building that I would have expected. Is it an aqueduct? Maybe?
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's a
it looks
spoiler.
like an aqueduct.
We don't talk about that. Just
maybe if you can switch a bit the night cycle. Yeah?
We can.
Like some. Oh, look at
like
that
this,
sunset. So pretty.
Gorgeous.
Oh, que bonitão, hein? O céu tá bonito.
Everybody has to go to work.
Just wake all of your residents up. I get it.
It's time.
Yeah, looks great, but here
come on, go a bit later in the afternoon. I really like that afternoon sun.
Yeah, fair. But I
E eles que eu não vou trazer no canal não, tá muito complicado pra gente jogar. Pra minha cabeça.
We can see the Celtic one right here. And I guess I see that also you upgraded already some houses. Yes, this is the Smith. And yeah, this is the third population tier that you will unlock if you decide to go the Celtic way. As you can see, this is a very proud Celt. I love his mustache. Like, he probably has many secrets. I don't know how they keep it like that. Do you know it? Because I feel you know.
It's eel oil.
Oh,
it's definitely eel oil.
Makes sense.
It's very good for beard. Trust
Makes
me.
sense.
Trust me.
But yeah, you can see that the houses as well got bigger, and I really love the details, the painting on the houses. It's great. It's amazing, and yeah, they have different needs as well compared to the previous resident tier. And of course, it's not just food that they will be more sophisticated that they ask for, but they will also ask for more buildings in your cities. For example, one of them is the Elder Council. This is it. It's basically like a Celtic town hall where all the aldermen join in the afternoon, maybe for a beer.
For a beer, yeah.
And they share their secret about their mustaches.
Yeah.
Of course.
Jan knows them all as well.
Yeah, maybe also you, Ollie. I can feel that. But there was also another super cool building that I could see right.
Ollie's favorite building, you mean?
Yeah,
My favorite building, yes.
It's so nice.
Yeah.
This is the Sacred Grove, and what I really like is how it's split into different parts. It has like little stories in each part. Like there's this circle here, and then we have this ancient tree on that hill. It really has like a.
Yeah.
I just love the vibe of this building in particular.
It's great. Gorgeous.
So this was the Celtic way, with the aldermen and their needs.
Realmente tenemos a mesma quantidade de tempo.
A Romanized settlement here on the hill. So let's take a look. If we had upgraded towards Mercators, this is what you get.
Eu quero lembrar uma coisa, galera. Eu nunca vi jogo
like you see on first glance.
assim.
The Romanized Celts versus the
Feito
Celts
pela
with
Ubi.
their own traditions. They're very much inspired by Roman building styles, Roman materials that are being used, and then they also start having needs that are more oriented by Roman goods or Roman habits. Yes, like soap.
Soap, very important.
Olive oil as well.
Yeah.
Dorian would be proud.
That's true. There's also olive oil, which you would need to import from Latium if you want to supply that. So you can't produce that in Albion. And if you then want to go one step further, I think you have like a really city, like a high advanced city here on the top of the hill. On the villa.
Depois desse evento eu vou criar aqui com o GPT.
Beauty building as well, I can see.
Lembrando.
Beauty building there.
Tem que lembrar de que amanhã tem que estar olhando
I built a little garden, you know, in my power fantasy as a governor.
as horas
I
do
enjoy a little
YouTube.
scroll, you know, look at my statues. And one particular statue is very important to me. It's this one, you know.
Yes. This is a Notius, right? It was the statue that won the first, like the design that won the first community contest that we did last year. And it was created by one of our fans, and this is how it looks now in game. So shout out to the creator, because it's looking great, and of course.
Yeah, I can't wait for Hidden Moon, I think was the nickname, to actually discover his statue essentially in the game. That's going to be cool.
It's beautiful.
But okay, let's go back to the settlement.
Yeah.
Oh wow, it's raining.
It started. It was supposed to happen.
They'll be happy to have proper roofs here. So this is tier 3 for the Romanized way. It's the nobles. So you see they're very much they are embracing Roman culture. They're not wearing beards anymore. No more beards for Romans. You know, this is the Celtic thing. They also, clothing-wise, they're sticking more to Roman clothing styles, Roman traditions. Also the stuff that they are asking for, like here togas. I think you just hovered over the togas that they want. There was also wine, I think, that they want. And then we have public service building, like the aqueduct that we already can see in the background. Water coming directly from the mountain into the city. While we don't have the space here, you could build a bathhouse as well, which is nice in the cold weather, and after the rain and mud, just have the bathhouse.
Yeah.
And then some entertainment.
Clima dinâmico.
We can place a little theater, you know. Everybody likes some.
O clima
fun.
dinâmico, olha só.
Oh, this is a very nice building as well. And maybe if you yes.
And should you feed
Oh,
the
look at them. At the moment, maybe they're rehearsing, since I cannot see like the audience, but I think they're just having a little rehearsal.
Yeah.
So who are you here? Where would you place on the stage?
I'm the guy with the plate of food, you know.
Okay.
Supporting everybody around.
So I
taking
guess
some snacks for myself.
The two on the front, it's me and Ollie.
I know you. This is very rude, Celeste.
Because you're about to get stabbed.
Because the guy on the left is getting stabbed in a second, so this is not very nice of you.
It's fine.
Yeah, you can find these kind of stories in plenty of the public service buildings as well as the streets. So it's very much worth if you, for example, play at our demo booth over there, just to zoom in sometime, take some time, because there are quite a few of these hidden details on marketplaces, in the streets, in the theater, just some little stories that our team put in, just to make the world feel more alive, to have a bit of like entertainment for the ones who just take a bit of time with the game.
Yeah.
Talking about culture, there's another aspect to culture. If I don't mess up our script right now. No, right? No.
Os animais assustados.
That is the topic of religion, because also the Romans were relatively open for the local culture to keep, for local people to keep their culture to a degree and stick to their traditions, their practices, even if they were integrated in the empire. And that includes the topic of religion. It was very much, back then, very much a polytheistic religious mindset, both for the Romans and for the Celts. And so, in one of these temples, like the Phanom that you built here,
Para sair
you
da
can
tela
worship a
inteira.
deity, a
Pressione.
patron god per island.
Ver capítulo.
We're currently
Ver
worshipping
capítulo.
Minerva.
Really good for
Ubisoft
knowledge.
At Gamescom
But also really fit the island.
2025.
Yeah, we went for the Celtic path
Yeah.
earlier, right? So, yeah.
What about this guy?
My favorite, Chernunos.
You look appropriately Celtic, yes.
Switch it really quick around.
Yeah.
Just to show off a little fun thing, you know?
Yeah.
The whole Phanom changes.
And it's looking great, overgrown.
Ma lived here.
I think this is much cooler than the previous one. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Especially in the Celtic town.
But yeah, Chernunos will boost. As you can see, he is the deity of nature and wilderness. His portrait is quite clear. But yeah, he will boost for example, on the islands that he's worshipped, the production of everything that is placed in forests or the marshes, for example.
Ubisoft.
So it's a strong Celtic deity that you can have, and it's quite handy, especially if you decide to go the Celtic path like we did right now. But yeah, he's my favorite. I love it.
Yeah, and these buffs are just separated between the local buffs that are just affecting the island where he's directly worshipped. But if he's, or any deity is worshipped across multiple islands for many people, there's also this global level where you can unlock bonuses and like shrines that are valid on any of your provinces in your entire little empire, essentially.
Yeah. But my question is, how do we unlock these deities?
Glad you asked. Like for instance, here we have Epona.
Yeah.
She's still not ready. So we can click on them directly and we're ending up in a research menu. Very handy, very convenient. And we could research, but I don't think we have 1.5 hours.
No,
so I also don't think they want to sit around for 1.5 hours.
Don't ask him, but this isn't up for debate. They might say yes.
Right. They might say yes. You're right. You're right.
So yeah. This is where we could also research another Celtic, like half Romanized deity of Mercury Lugas, and on the left side there is Chanunos that we have already researched.
Yeah.
Overall, Discovery Tree is basically like a research menu where you unlock not just deities but also new buildings, military units, but also all kinds of other improvements for your economy and for your civic parts across these 3 branches. They need to be unlocked in a certain order, and there's some goals like these star-shaped milestones essentially that you need to reach to continue and progress further in the research tree. And you need to generate knowledge points. These are either generated via placing, for example, a Grammaticus, like a Roman school essentially, and then affecting the buildings around to generate knowledge. Or there are also specific goods that you can give your citizen that also generate knowledge points, essentially. And then there are some researches that are unique to a specific province. There could be military units that we talk about in a sec, but there's also one specific one that we want to highlight here.
Yeah, it's super, what is this?
It's the drainage. It's very good. It's very remarkable technology from Rome.
Yeah, of course, for our choice today, maybe it's not super fitting, but we will still show them how it works. Because if you choose the Romano-Celtic path instead, it comes in very handy. Because with the drainage, you will be able to drain the marshes and terraform basically your islands. And this means that you will have more spaces for production building that takes a lot of space, for example, like the bakeries or the farm fields.
Yeah.
So maybe...
Real quick, before you do that, can I just start a little festival?
For it.
You know, we just switched gods. The island is very happy about it. We have money.
Festival.
It works. Let's do a little festival.
Go for it.
Yeah, let's pay for a festival. Sure.
Very good.
While they start the preparations, we can look at the marsh drainage over here.
Yeah. So now you will place the sluice gate, right?
Yeah, the sluice gate first, and then we can do the drainage channels and see how it connects to the other part that's already been drained, and then we can just let it go. Oh, I guess I missed a little bit. A bit too close. There we go. We didn't want to get rid of the warehouse.
Now the canal is changing the marshes into this super green field, which looks very nice. Yes?
Yeah.
I love the animation as well.
It's always so nice.
So now you can place more farm fields.
Or houses.
Or houses, yes.
So this is really your way of... Because the Celts, they're using the marshland. They're building the eel grabber that we had earlier. They're having the reed gatherer to produce shoes. So they're using the marshland for production chains. But the Romanized Celts, they need far more building space, and their production chains are not integrated into the marsh. So they don't use the marsh for any of their productions, which means you need more building space, because otherwise the marshland is sitting there doing nothing and just being empty space, essentially. And this is where the marsh drainage comes into play. It's obviously quite, as you said, terraforming. It's changing the vista of your city, but you gain that space that you need to produce now, set up a bread production, put more citizens in your city, these kind of things. Then you also already set up something else in this drained area that looks like a military camp.
Yes, it does.
Because of course, Anno has always had a military component from the very first 602, which I still remember back in the days with the individual units, to now all the way up to Anno 117 Pax Romana. Military is one option that you can have, that you can choose in your Anno experience. It's always an optional component, which means if you want to be friends with everyone and are like the nicest person ever, you can do that. You can make friends, you can choose easier opponents to get along with everyone, or you can just disable pirates and enemies and be on the very safe side that absolutely nothing's gonna happen. But if you want to wage a war on the side, like a small one, a big one, there's always this option to do that. And specifically for Anno 117 Pax Romana, we bring back land combat as one option. And yeah, we are now looking at 2 unique units that are recruitable only specifically in Albion.
Yeah, these are the Axe Bearers. And if we can see them from like a close-up, they're not huge fans of armor, but they have armor piercing damage. It's quite strong because they carry these huge axes, and yeah, they seem ready for war. I'm not gonna lie. These are also, as Ali mentioned, one of the units that you will unlock specifically in Albion. And then we have another one, my personal favorite, the Chariots. Because look at these ponies. Come on. They're so cute.
And it usually takes a while to build them. We're just cheating a bit for the purpose of this presentation.
Don't reveal our secrets, please.
Usually gotta wait a few minutes for the recruitment cycle to go through.
Yeah.
So
but
you can't spam produce units.
yeah, these are the Chariots, as I mentioned. They are also a very nice addition in Albion. They combine their very high mobility because of the cards and the super cute ponies, and their spears because they have super powerful range attacks as well. So I think they're a great choice against infantry, for example. And yeah, look at them. Don't you love the ponies? Come on.
Ponies are cute. They are cute.
They are cute.
They even get, I think you have them there in the camp. The ponies even get their own little tents. If you encamp them here, so
yeah,
it's very nice for the ponies.
Yeah, and here around the encampment you place, we can see the fortifications as well that you build. Yeah, because you can, of course, it's also important to defend your cities, not just build an army. So you can use this. This is the wooden palisades, and I think it's really nice looking, but it's not really powerful. It's not really strong in terms of defense. Like if somebody just start throwing torches at them, they will destroy them very nicely. But this instead is the stone walls. They are far more protective of their cities, but they're also more expensive.
Very much more expensive.
Yes. But they're definitely safer in terms of security for your cities. Or you can also just use instead of as fortification, you just use them as beauty building. Like if you want to decorate your cities.
Yeah, use them to separate districts of your cities by be it the Romanized district or make the military one behind. So as a beauty builder or just as stories.
Yeah,
it's also very, very, very usable in this regard.
They're still expensive, but I think they're worth it as beauty building. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the festival, right?
Yes.
Well, it's ending right
now.
But
muito bonito, mas olha aqui, ó. Dá uma aula. Olha só.
There we go.
Here we are.
3 horas e meia. Falta meia hora para terminar o evento.
Happen occasionally. Maybe you can tilt the camera a bit.
Yeah.
And we could also turn on the day-night cycle again, so it just rotates.
Por esse lado, eu consigo mudar para aquela câmera lá que ele mostrou dentro do prédio. É legal essa câmera aí.
But they also,
aquela câmera lá.
like Jan just showed, you hover over. While there's a festival, no fires break out, no plagues break out. So it's really like a nice bonus for you, and you have this wonderful parade, an idol around the city of the deity that you're currently worshiping on this island, and you have the nice confetti on top. So this is
O príncipe da Pérsia já até lançou, galera, mas
this is the presentation part of the panel now. I've already seen we have quite a few questions. you can still
Eu vou ver
use the QR code to ask more questions. I see we have a few, so we'll probably try to keep it shorter. And there's a question to show you something in the game, then Jan is happy to zoom in on things, of course, and show it in the game.
Ano 117, Pex Romana Q comercial ano 117, Pex Romana Q comercial
Should I answer it? Okay, I can do
Yes,
it.
go for
you
it.
Look at both of me like...
No, like September 2nd, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
It's not an open beta, but it's a demo. So there's a demo launching for PC on Ubisoft Connect, Epic, and Steam on September 2nd until September 16th. So you can play the game for 60 minutes per save game. So there's a time limit per save game, but you can play as many 60-minute sessions as you want to play during these 2 weeks and really take a look at both Latium, the Roman province, as well as Albion here, the Celtic province. Try out here in Albion the Celtic way, the Romanized way, and just play around with it. And we are very much looking forward to then seeing your reactions, hearing your reactions to the demo. So yeah, the answer is yes. Not an open beta, by a demo. I think the spirit is the same thing. There was a few questions. I think they were related to
Principle of
system
person.
requirements. We also have good news in this regard. This is also something that's happening on September 2nd, so we have to wait 1.5 weeks, something.
Lost track of time.
Whenever September 2nd is, I think it's 1.5 weeks. And then we'll also publish the system requirements. Will there be online multiplayer again like in Anno 1800?
Yes, of course. We have a lot of it, like co-op, multiplayer, lots of people, classic.
Yeah. And combat also is an option for multiplayer.
You can, of course, also fight your friends in multiplayer.
Yes. So
or with your friends.
Yeah, or with your friends, with or against them. So your choice.
Okay, next one.
Isso aqui.
I'm just trying to, if I need to rephrase it for...
Master, né, de outro jogo.
Can we choose the upgrade path for a house, a Celtic Roman, per house individually or only once in the game? So can I choose both in the same save game? Do I commit myself if I do it upgraded once? How is it looking?
So per island, you first do a choice between the Celts or the Roman side, and then when you reach a certain point on the tier 3, on that corresponding tier you're choosing, you will then be able to go to the other. So that's why my island is...
Só agora em agosto esse aqui.
So we have everything we can have.
Eu não trouxe ele ainda. Nem gravei, não deu tempo.
But you can ultimately, if you want to, settle both. Next question, I'm not quite sure. Is the disadvantage like people becoming less happy based on which government? I guess that's related to the choice. So for the people, they don't care if you mix Celtic and Roman on the same island, for example. We have a thing that some of the other characters in the game that you meet, like the
Tem uma demo no
some of
PlayStation
them
1.
might not like it if you Romanize, or might not like it if you stick the Celtic way. The Emperor, for example, not a big fan if you stick to the Celtic traditions.
$54,99
Yeah, exactly.
é o preço do jogo.
The next one we already answered with like, can you have both in one settlement?
Então, o preço pela versão.
As a question that goes a bit in the future, if like, is this Romanization topic also something if
O primeiro jogo que a gente mostrou na live de hoje.
Future regions, I think when we can say if there are potentially future regions we're adding to the game as a DLC, then the answer is yes. So this is not a mechanic that would only affect this one province, but it's very much a system and a story we want to tell in our game throughout the different provinces of the Roman Empire.
O legal da Ubi é fazer ambiente.
Jan, just I don't know if one of you, if you go with the Roman style, is there a lower chance of illness or another advantage?
Esse é o ponto positivo dela.
The Romans are a bit more knowledge.
Mas que às vezes peca muito com as coisas.
You will probably get some research quicker through this versus the Celts, like for instance. Yeah.
So some of the attributes basically you produce more of certain attributes. The Roman or Celtic way.
Cara, parece muito Poseidon esse cara aí.
At the very beginning, if you upgrade them for the first time, it shows hey, the Romanized way is the one that produces more knowledge. The Celtic way is the one who produces
não da esquerda,
belief.
O da
think so,
da direita.
There are some attributes that are
Os dois parecem
stronger
Poseidon. Os dois
depending
parecem
on the
Poseidon. Os dois.
path that you chose, essentially. There's a question on the weather and if it has any effect on the, like right now when it's raining like hell, if it has any effect on your agriculture or fire safety or something like this.
Well, no, it doesn't. There's no effect, but it's a cool effect to have. Nonetheless, I like the heavy rain of Albion, I'm not going to lie. I think it makes the shots even nicer.
It's a purely cosmetic thing.
Yeah.
It's transporting the mood of this province, but it doesn't have... if it's raining, there's no lower fire risk or something like this.
Ai, senhor.
A question of like more season passes or
que
more
bonito.
DLC plans.
It's a bit too soon.
A bit too soon to talk about what else we're doing. We have obviously a release coming up on November 13th, and we, if you looked at what part of the Gold Edition, we said that there's going to be year one pass. This is all we've communicated so far.
O jogo é esse que nós estamos vendo aqui agora. Ano.
Beyond what we're currently even looking at ourselves yet. We have to release our game, we have to work on year one content, and then we'll sort out everything that might come after. This kind of goes to the next question in terms of like, there are more people than just the Calcium. What else do you plan for the future? And the same answer here, like, who knows, right?
Smart way to pose the question, though. You know, like, they try to...
Are the small stone walls decorative tiles, or do they serve a purpose, Jan? I think they're talking about
so
yeah, you had some.
At these smaller ones, these are ornamental.
Yeah.
These are some of the ornaments that we have in the walls and stuff. And we also have this hedge system, so you can also set up like some nice greenery, make a little districts in the city for yourself. Very handy.
Also the path and the paved roads, all of that. You did a great job at decorating your city, I have to say.
You could place what I love really, like you place one of those ground tiles just to show, because it's one of the things I loved really much.
No.
These different types of ground tiles that you can just basically paint the ground with. This route is just mud, Jan.
Oh. I like mud. Mud is nice. You want a flagstone?
It's not much nicer than some mud, to be honest.
A bit more Romany.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looks great. And then you can place statues on top as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Looks great. Perfect.
And you have a question will there be a first-person mode?
What? Sorry? What?
I mean, it's a top-down game, right? There's no first.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no.
It's like there's no first person here. I don't know what you're talking about.
It doesn't.
It's a legend.
Doesn't fit in the game.
Celtic myths.
What are the advantages of building encampments for your troops? Why would you encamp them?
Because it looks really nice. And they are protected inside, so if your enemy is surprising you, you already have some defenses for yourself, and setting up some wooden towers.
Depois eu busco o nome com calma. Para a segunda live.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
They cost these resources, right? Less resources.
The maintenance costs are lower.
Yeah.
If you
And they recover health if you unlocked all the research. We have so many research.
It's where they rest, and it takes some time to, you know.
Yeah. So in peacetime,
no,
you save some maintenance costs, and like Jan said, they're also healing faster if they've been damaged. Outside, they're costing more, but on the other hand, they're ready immediately. So it's very much a thing for you to decide. Can chariots also drive through enemies and damage them by driving through? I mean, we can't show that here, but the answer is no. They don't have any of these nice little blades on their wheels. They're very much a ranged unit that throws spears from a distance and tries to keep their distance from enemies and are not engaging in close combat. We're still getting questions, and we're running out of... we still have a few minutes. They're asking if you can upgrade the walls the same way that you can upgrade the houses.
can always try. Oh.
Wow.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
How small, how big are the islands on the maps?
Oh, different sizes.
Yeah. They are different sizes.
We also have, like, we did a contest. Actually, one of our community member designed one of our islands.
Yeah, that was Latium though, right?
That's in Latium.
Yeah, Latium. Yeah.
It's a great island. I've played a lot on it. It's
Yeah.
nice.
So there are different sizes. I can't tell you how many tiles there are. I don't have that at the top of my head. I'm not sure yet if.
I also.
So they vary in size,
yeah.
and in comparison, if you played 800, I think they're roughly similar. So they're not outrageously larger, but also not small on average. It's about the same size, maybe a little bit
A
bigger.
Davidson respondendo algumas últimas perguntas, mas eu digo uma coisa, jogo que
Shouldn't realistically festivals spread diseases
não gostei por
more
uma
and
óbvia
less?
razão. Por que não gostei?
No, the gods are watching
Por
over
causa
you.
do
Yeah,
ângulo de
So the
câmera.
gods are watching. They're making very sure that there are no diseases if there's a festival.
E porque por cima da câmera como se fosse Diablo.
Asking if the full release will more blood, fire, and epic battles to the game.
Então, por esse motivo,
I guess.
eu não gostei.
I mean,
You know?
there's not more blood. Yeah.
Right? No, not
É no estilo do Diablo, mas na câmera do
You can make big battles if you
É,
put enough
Paul
units. You can make epic battles
mulher não,
with dozens of units.
do
Sieges where you really land your troops
que
on your
chama esse
opponent's
jogo?
island,
Esqueci.
invade them,
Ah, do parque.
try to slowly tear down the walls and the palisades, conquer the villa. So that's up to you how many
Da
units you
Frontier.
recruit, how big of a battle you
Mas
have
estamos
to do,
agora
up to how big of an army you
estamos a
can
Frontier evento.
Of course, the bigger the war, the more money that we will have to spend.
That's another thing.
Sure,
You need
I don't know,
a huge
dude.
island to recruit a bunch of units.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you have to speed run the next few questions a little bit. The festival parades can block the roads for carts. Answers.
They're
So
still
your
working.
goods are still
Everything's
being
still
transported,
Yeah.
even if there's a festival. The towers and the walls that they're not quite. You can put them in the wall, but they're not sticking right next to it, like right into it. It depends a bit. If you put them, I think, on one of those straight stretches of wall, it looks a bit more integrated. Yes.
É o Celeste.
Yeah.
Frontier.
It's looking nice.
You can also place them separate of the walls, of course. You can place behind them or in front them, whatever works for you.
Yeah, for protection every now and then, every place.
I'm not sure if the question is for us directly. I just assume it is. It's what's our favorite culture? Is it the Romanized way or the Celtic way?
For me, the Celtic way, 100%. I really like the way that the residents look, but also the building that you will have to place for them, like the Elders Council, all of it. Honestly, it's just, I don't know, it's cooler in my opinion.
I like beer and cheese, so it's the Celts for me too.
What about you, Ollie?
I have to be contrarian, so I'm gonna say Romans.
Oh,
Was not expecting that.
Such a governor.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I just love these. I love the buildings, also of the Romans, and I can't say no to a bathhouse. So
And it does look great. It is super nice.
Yeah.
there's a question: are there Germanic warriors? No, because we're not a Germanic province. The one is Latium, like Italy inspired. This is the Celtic province, Britain inspired. So there are no Germanics or Germans involved in the provinces we have featured in the game right now. There are a few questions more like on very detailed multiplayer questions on like what else can I do in multiplayer? With specific features they're supporting. I think this is something we keep for the next few months until release.
Ok.
So we really want to talk more about
É
multiplayer
bem
because
parecido
they
com
want to
Planet
do cool
Coaster.
things, new
Então,
things for the multiplayer, but then we'd rather keep them for
o câmera
dedicated
dele
blog posts or like
é uma
or something,
cópia do Planet
and answer them
Coaster.
there in more detail. Can you switch off the rain?
E do Planet Coaster
Don't
e
remember. I
do
think it
Planet
just goes
Zoo.
within the island, you know. you can always switch around the time of day and
E entre outros jogos da
see what
Frontier.
happens.
Esse é o único erro da Ubisoft.
Yeah, I think if you just
Copiar a
keep switching
Frontier
around,
nesse
at some point
ponto.
it will just stop.
Generally, there's no way to like
Yeah.
tick off that in general. It happens at random intervals, but if you switch the time of day, it might then disappear.
Então, esse é o único erro que eu acho que o Ubisoft cometeu. Copiar a Frontier nesse ponto.
There's one question, which is not a question. It is just thank you for the awesome presentation.
You're welcome.
So that's a good thing to end on. Sorry if we didn't answer all the questions. There are more panels over the next days. So if you want to join, have the time are here. Or if you just meet us, not today maybe, but on the next days just on the floor, you're also happy to just chat to us and ask the questions there, and we'll see if we can answer that. Yes, I think that's it. Thank you all very much for joining. Thank you for asking all these wonderful questions. As devs, it's just super cool, not just to have the booth over there, but to also have always a completely full audience for our panels and a long line at the booth. It's so nice to see. It's so nice to see. Yeah, our game releases on November 13th of 2025 this year, which is super soon.
It is.
If you like what you've seen, if you want to wishlist our game on whatever platform you want to play on, that would make us devs very happy.
Very happy.
Yeah.
It fills us with joy.
And don't forget to follow us on the Anno Union and our social media, of course, because that's also very important for us, because we give all the nice information over there. Yeah.
All right. Wish you all a great evening, rest of Gamescom. If you're staying here longer, thank you again very much.
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao.
Bom, galera, esse foi o evento.
Division 2
And
Introduction.
welcome to our special panel from DC to Brooklyn.
Da Uber
Here
até o
we will take a
momento.
look at what we've achieved this year and what lies ahead.
Agora-
I am Anis Palm. I am a community developer, and I will be your host today. Whether you're a veteran or just joining the fight, here's a quick
Esse é
briefing.
o último painel.
Tom Clancy's The Division 2 is a tactical RPG
The Division
action
2.
set in the world
Esse aqui nem o
rebuilding
primeiro no canal.
after a devastating pandemic. You play as an elite agent of the Strategic Homeland Division, a group of civilian operatives activated to restore order when society falls. Today, we will discuss the Battle for Brooklyn and our upcoming seasons. Don't forget that tomorrow will be the day we share with you an update regarding our new upcoming Division 2 project. But first, to dive deeper into what happened this year in the Division 2, let me introduce our panelists. Yannick Bonchereau, our creative director.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
And Andrea Kosarev, our art director.
Hey, hey.
First, to warm
Essa
you up
garota
and
é
everyone
diretora
is
de
known,
arte.
Let's start with some official introductions. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? What is your role on the project? How long have you been here?
Sure. I'll go first. That's okay. Hello, everyone. Super happy to see you. I hope all of you have played The Division at some point in your life. If you haven't, it's not too late. You can still do it.
Ele é
Many years
diretor
ahead
do
of us, so
Division
now is a good time to start.
2.
My name is Yannick. I'm the creative director on The Division 2.
É o
I've been
criador
with The Division
criativo.
for a bit more than 10 years now.
E ela é
Was just talking
a
with you
desenhadora de
earlier,
arte.
and, you've been here since the beginning with us. Thank you. Maybe some
Tá
of
mais
you
jovem que a
are
Nath.
new here. Yeah, I started as a community developer myself on the first game.
Não falei mais bonito, falei mais jovem, ok? Não é botar palavra que eu não falei.
On the Division 2 and
Andei passar dos 30 anos, essa moça aí.
Director is my role is to try to give an overall vision to the team on where do we want the game to go, what do we want to implement into the game.
Essa moça andei passar dos 30 anos, não deve passar.
And then try to help guide the team in building the best experiences and the best game we can make.
So from community developer to creative director.
Passar dos 30.
Maybe that's the next step.
Yeah, well, that's.
Você cuida melhor que Oliver Log e os outros da Sony.
Hello again. I'm super happy to be here and super nervous. So, not everybody is like Yannick.
You're gonna do fine. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah. So I've been in the industry for 9 years or such.
And 9 anos já está na indústria.
As an artist at Ubisoft
Como artista.
Romania, and
Da
then
România.
I worked on multiple titles, including Ghost Recon Breakpoint, Rainbow Six Extraction, and
Rainbow Six
for the
Extraction.
last 4 years, I've been working on the Division 2, and
Division
for the
2.
last 3-ish as an art director for the Division 2 Live. And my job as an art director is basically to take the creative vision, the big creative
Tem que ser
vision,
muito
and
boa mesmo,
transform
hein?
it
Pra estar nessa
into art
empresa aí.
pillars. And then I work closely with the art team, but the other teams as well. And I make sure that everybody, you know, builds towards the same purpose, towards the same
Tem que ser
visual
extremamente
goals
boa.
and the same experiences we want
Passei mais de 10 anos na Ubi.
Perguntas
Andrea,
e
thank you.
respostas de The Division
Yannick,
2.
you mentioned that you've been here since the beginning. What to you makes the division so unique?
Well, there's many things. I almost want to ask you in the room what makes the division unique. But I think to me it's there's something very special when you take a game like the Division that can offer experiences that are online,
3 ou
RPG
4 moças que saibam
that is about loot, that is about gear,
direção
that
de
is
arte,
about challenges and all these kind of things.
direção,
But putting that into a world that is authentic, that is
animação e outras coisas, eu explicaria a minha ideia.
That is a world that we know partially, at least transformed, but still based on reality. Managing to marry those two things together allows us to create an experience that is unique and allows everyone to find something they like into it. You can like the world, you can like the mechanics, you can like the story. There's a lot of things that the Division has to offer. It's a game that does a lot of things, and I think everybody gets to find something in particular that they like.
Same question to you, Andrea, but let's focus on your expertise in art. So what in the art direction DNA do you find unique about the Division?
Well, I think first and foremost is recreating the real places. We take pride in recreating one-to-one the cities. In this case,
Sonic alguém
and of course,
que faça multiplayer, enquanto a Andrea e esse cara aí.
Of those cities is a big part of this, and it's super important. Being anchored in reality, and last but not least, the richness and detail that we put into the world, because all this layering of stories, I hope you've experienced this whenever you stop at the corner of a street and look around. There are a lot of small things to notice, small stories to see there, and I think all these together make the world the main character of the game.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful game, and working with community, I get to not only experience it in the game, but also through the photo mode that we have this whole like subcategory.
Os jogos adoram photo mode, né?
Check them out. It's beautiful shots.
But of course, the best thing about the Division, it's the players, right? It's all of you people, even those who haven't played yet, you don't know yet, but you're probably a fan of the Division too. So this is the number one.
Para uma pessoa como eu, meu filho, não tem como ser parte do Division.
Thank you for these answers. Now, the Division 2 released almost 7 years ago, but this year has been quite a year with a new DLC, Battle for Brooklyn, that came almost 5 years after the Warlords of New York. Yannick, what inspired the return to Brooklyn?
Well, we wanted to bring a new piece of world to the game. We set out to do a DLC. We really were inspired by the idea of how do we make this world even bigger? How can we create new streets, new places to explore? As you said, it had been 5 years.
Batalha para Brooklyn.
By the time the game came out, it's been 5 years since the last expansion. So we really wanted people to get back to the thrill of discovering new things, being surprised again. So we wanted a new place, and we started thinking about where could we go.
Brooklyn,
what
New
would be an
York.
interesting location for us. to do. We knew we wanted to stay
Mas
within
esse dele em
New
Nova York
York and
não
Washington,
nem o
D.C.
Apple.
because we felt like there was still
É
a
o Apple.
lot of stories to tell and still a lot of things unexplored there. So we explored around those spaces. We looked at a lot of different areas. But then somehow almost, magically, someone just threw out the idea of like, what about Brooklyn? And I think that, I remember that moment. The moment that person said that, it kind of all clicked. Suddenly, we all realized, yes, Brooklyn is the right place for us, because what Brooklyn gives us, it's an opportunity to explore or to go back to kind of the roots of the Division. It's almost a love letter to the Division 1. As a reminder, this is where your experience started on the Division 1, you remember.
Onde começou a
so being
Division
able to
1.
re-explore that, to bring all those elements of kind of all those references, that nostalgia,
Então
all
voltando
those
para
places
relembrar,
that
né?
people may remember from the first game, but then add a whole layer of transformation on top of it. Like tell a new story. What happened to Brooklyn? What is different? What are the things, the stories, the events that people who live in those places have been going through? So putting those things together.
Lembrando, amanhã é o último dia da Ubi aqui.
The overall thematic actually for the DLC itself, which
Eu
is
estou ainda
this,
analisando
this
os
mix, this
outros
marriage
eventos
of the old,
anteriores
the
a
references, the
Gamescom,
nostalgia and the transformation
até
and
o
the
dia
new and the world
25.
of the Division 2. So those two together.
Ou eu gravo os amistosos. Estou vendo o que eu acho que vou fazer ainda.
Both
Amanhã eu
you
vou
and returning
decidir
players
na
have
live.
found that setting is story inviting and have already experienced it.
Porque eu
And many
preciso, se
legacy
for gravar
players
algum
see
evento, vou
that
ter que gravar pelo
nostalgic
menos
and
3
excites with
eventos
and
por
loves
dia.
it. So I have to say, mission accomplished. Andrea, when you're recreating a real place like Brooklyn and then transforming it, what goes into that process creatively, just both for you and your team? Like, how do you research and what do you do?
Well, that's a great question, because since the world is super important to the game, we wanted to do it justice, and we wanted to really understand the city, not just mimic something that's there. So of course we had to do a lot of research, and the research started with watching loads of videos, taking virtual tours,
Videos or videos,
watching urban photography, street photography, but also looking into the history of the city, its architecture, to basically understand why it looks the way it looks, and to basically help us transform it further. Even so, for example, the two name zones that we have, they originate from the Division 1 area, but they're more than that. We have, for example, Brooklyn Heights, that's a former residential area, and then Dumbo, that's a former industrial area, and that has helped us focus more the stories we want to tell to those specific types of places.
Cool. We're seeing a lot from the community doing like comparison shots with real places, and we actually had
Ela tá com nome na camiseta dela, repórter,
Brooklyn locations, and that was the best performing asset from the community.
de jogo.
So we're seeing a lot
O
of
nome do
love
jogo, eles jogam no
for
jogo,
your
estão muito
work.
longe da câmera.
I think it's one of the best things is just watching.
Ela é uma desenvolvedora, mas é realmente repórter porque está de repórter.
The care that was put into recreating them, into building, putting a lot of details, and again references to the history or references to other.
Ah, não, a Andrea está com uma coisa também na camiseta também, uma coisa laranja ali.
Like, hey, I recognize that street, I recognize that house. I think it's always super.
Ambas têm uma coisa.
For the work the art team does.
Yeah.
De cor.
So this time,
Na roupa.
Brooklyn is in autumn. So visually, it's a big change, but there's also something nostalgic here for the Division 1 players who has been, walking the streets before.
O uniforme do jogo,
Talk about
então.
how you approached creating a Brooklyn that is both familiar and fresh.
Well, creatively, we knew we wanted to go to Brooklyn. We knew we wanted to do autumn, and then we had a big picture of the story, and then we, having all these ingredients, we start asking ourselves, what's happening here? What is happening? What's the best place? For example, the community of Brooklyn is a big part of the story, and we started asking ourselves, how they would relate to the place. And this is where the research comes in, because, of course, to show the community being active in the world, we had to think about what they would do different. Usually, the world of Division is messy, it's dangerous, it's quite chaotic, and of course, if we would have people here that would care for the place, they would clean it up, they would organize it, they would basically take care of it. And moreover, the way they use each
logo
and they set up in each of the name zones is
mão delas na frente,
so,
não consigo ver.
for example, in Brooklyn Heights, where we have the residential areas, they're using
Vai estar uma câmera
the
um pouco
inner
longe.
courtyards of those buildings to set up water collection devices and to set their camps there. And in contrast, in Dumbo,
Chega a ter o nome do
there are
jogo,
lots of
mas
industrial buildings, big buildings with big flat roofs, and we thought those would be great places for rooftop gardens. Basically, they need to earn their livelihood. They need to grow food, and of course, since we're in autumn, there are also pumpkins. I think the players have noticed the pumpkins.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
which we can destroy.
Yes.
You can blow up the pumpkins.
Yes, you can blow up the pumpkins.
A lot of technical work went into the explosion of the pumpkins.
Yes.
Priorities.
Yeah.
Yes, actually it did. But autumn is not only about the pumpkins, it also connects with the story. It's a way to emphasize the story, for example, because we picked that moment in autumn where everything is really beautiful and really colorful, and with yellows and oranges and browns and nice yellowish light there. And I think this kind of matches with the optimism that the community brings to the story. And of course, autumn isn't all about nice weather. It's also rainy and can be also dark, and that connects to the other part of the story with the threat that comes in to Brooklyn. And last but not least, everybody remembers from Division 1 the snow. It's snow everywhere. But visually, snow works to offer contrast, to show the way, to show what's important in the scene. And we wanted to echo that in Brooklyn in the way we used autumn and in the way we used the leaves, especially on the ground, which we tried to, help the players' eyes through the scene.
You mentioned story there, and I want to dig a little deeper. I mean, it dropped in May. So I think that we can deserve to go into some spoiler territory. If somebody has not played Battle for Brooklyn yet or are very spoiler sensitive, you can cover your ears or mute for those watching the stream. I can do a little wave when we're done. So Yannick.
Yeah.
Yes. Tell us about the campaign structure and story here. And Andrea, please jump in when it comes to missions. Share everything that you wanted to share pre-release, but you couldn't.
Okay. I feel like I want to ask, how many people did play Battle for Brooklyn? Oh, that's okay. That's not bad. Those who did not raise your hands, if you intend to play Battle for Brooklyn, which you should because it's amazing, cover your ears. Or don't. It's fine. But yeah, so going into story a bit here, when we built Battle for Brooklyn, we decided to make to approach a couple things a bit differently. We knew it would be a limited experience in size. So one decision we've made is to actually approach the story in a linear fashion, which for a Division experience is a bit different from what you may be used from Division 1 or Division 2 or Warlords of New York. Those experiences are usually very open, and you get to choose in which order you can do things. And for Brooklyn, we thought, okay, what if we try to do it in a different way? What if we actually dictate the order in which you do the missions and everything? And there's a few benefits doing that for this kind of experiences. But in particular, it gives us the control over the pacing and over what do you experience when. So it allows us to create moments in the story, like surprises and ups and downs and all of that. So it allowed us to try to create an experience that was a bit more focused and something that's a bit more directed. And it in a way, that's what allows us to also bind things together. If you've played, again, Battle for Brooklyn, you may remember you do the cleaners mission in the refinery, and at the end of that mission, we tell you, oh, something's happening at the settlement, we're being attacked, you have to come. You finish the mission, you teleport, you come back to the settlement, and then you find the settlement actually being attacked by the Rikers. This is something that we can only do because we know you're going to be doing the cleaners mission first, and then we know you're going to go to the settlement. So creating those moments is what was enabled by this idea of creating a linear story. Another thing that we wanted to do, which I think came as a surprise to some of our most active players, was to, in a way, disconnect the story of Battle for Brooklyn from the seasons. And I know a lot of people were expecting, the seasons are building up to Battle for Brooklyn, and it's all going to conclude there. And that's not exactly what we had in mind, because one thing we wanted for sure is to make Battle for Brooklyn as inviting as possible for everyone. We wanted everybody to be able to jump in, no matter if they have played Division 1, Division 2, the seasons. We wanted them to still understand what is happening and not feel intimidated by the idea of, that's a 6-year-old game. I need to catch up with all the story before I do that. So we wanted to have something that was fairly disconnected, isolated. You go there, we try to give you everything we can give you so you understand the story, you have all the elements you need. But then we still want that to actually be part of the bigger picture. So we do still create references in the story, in the collectibles, to things that have happened in the main storyline of the seasons. And of course, if you finish the DLC, you also know that at the end of the DLC, we've kind of dropped one final element that reconnects it to the greater plot and the greater story. So it's all, again, about trying to respect this the history and the new as well with our players, so respecting the time and the investment that people have put into following the story that we've been telling along those years, but also being welcoming to new players and to people that haven't been following all of that, still feeling welcomed and invited to that place.
And what can you share us about working on the missions? Well, another thing that we do different in Battle for Brooklyn with regards to the main missions is the fact that they're not in the open world. The player has to travel there. So because of this, we really wanted to, for each of the missions, to have its own atmosphere that works together with the story. And of course, each of the moods are dangerous in a way, but in a different, in their own unique way. So, for example, at the refinery, we wanted to connect the atmosphere with the story there. You're traveling basically to the place where the Greek fire is being made. And, that's a chemical compound that's dangerous, and the time of day and the atmosphere kind of reflect that. It's yellowish, it's toxic, and we wanted all the industrial elements that those aren't pristine, they aren't new, they're kind of dirty, and together with the sky to kind of feel oppressing and icky in a way. And then for the
Inglês dele é diferente do inglês americano.
for the art
Não
museum,
sei de
for
que
the
parte
writers
ela é, não
mission,
sei, não vou
here
decifrar.
it's a
Igual que o
trap,
dele.
and it's a trap because it looks sunny, it's very colorful, but once you get close to the museum, you can see all the defenses that the Rikers have put up. There's the turret as well that you have to dodge, and then inside the museum, we know that the Rikers they usually write messages on the walls, and they're an irreverent bunch of people, and we started thinking, well, what would they do if they set up camp in an art museum? What would their ideas about art be? So that's what helped us to, build this mission. And last but not least, here is the
big spoiler.
Yes, the army terminal. Here the mission starts with a lot of devastation from the hurricane, but everything is supposed to be kind of mysterious. You don't really know what's gonna be there.
Vocês vão foda, hein?
We've built at least two
Tanto que ela é
moments
foda,
of
né?
surprise in the mission. One would be when you first discover as a player that the Black Tusk are there.
Os dois são foda,
And
os
the
dois.
last is in the final beat when you really understand what's happening. Yes, the Zeppelin. But we wanted to. It's a
Zeppelin?
Have you played the DLC, Yannick?
No, what are we talking about? I don't know.
But we wanted to breadcrumb this. It's not. We didn't just want to do big surprise. We have the cables. So the cables are this wire that kind of telegraphs the player that something is going to happen. And I think in general, we also want to reward the players that are coming back. So first, when you play the missions, when you play the DLC, there's the big level of understanding. But then when you come back and you look around, there are extra details, extra moments for the players to discover.
Cool. Okay, thumbs up. Spoilers
We're done with
over.
spoilers.
Past. Okay.
Change to another picture maybe before.
Yeah, I mean, they could still see if they watch the
Yeah,
stream.
that's true.
And if you enjoy these photos, they are from a recent art blast that we put up on social. So it's our very talented artists put this together.
Yes.
So, besides the release of Battle for Brooklyn, seasons are still ongoing in the Division 2, with their season Crossroads currently coming to an end. Yannick, what can you tell us about this upcoming season coming in September?
Well, we get the music introduction. That's perfect.
Perfect.
No, so yes, we are about to enter a new season. It's our second season. It's hard to focus. So the second season of the year, and that season is called The Pact. So now we can change. And so what this is about, without going into full story here, you will have to discover it as you play the season. But we find out that there is the beginning of an agreement between the factions. They've been fighting against us. We've been fighting against them for all this time. We've been obviously most of the time winning and defeating them. I hope you can still hear me. Can you still hear me? Yeah? Okay. I can't hear myself, so I don't know what I'm saying. So yeah, the factions have been we've been pushing them all the time. So now they're tired of losing and they've decided to band together. So they are about to actually form a pact and an alliance and unite against us, which obviously we cannot let happen.
Descobri que eles
One
usam
faction at a time is a thing. All
o
factions
aparelhinho no
together as a
ouvido
division is a big danger. So this is what this season is going to be about.
para
It's about
fazer
going back
o
into
show
the
ao
streets
vivo.
of Washington DC
Ai,
and
meu filho.
preventing that from happening.
And I think that we
Em
have
espanhol
something to
chamaram
show.
Chicharo.
Yes, we do.
Yes, cue trailer.
The Division 2 Season Trailer. The Division 2 Season Trailer. Trailer da temporada de The Division registrado.
carved out safe places where people can build new lives. But our enemies are getting tired of losing. Now, 3 of our greatest threats are joining forces against us. The hyenas, the outcasts, and the true sons. We've never faced a threat on this scale before. The streets of DC are on fire.
Muito maneiro. O fogo.
You have to stop them. You have to break the pact.
As perguntas e respostas de DedaVision registrado.
Yeah, that's what it said. You have to break the pact, in case you didn't hear. People online at least hopefully heard. So,
Can you tell us a little bit more what's new to this season?
Yeah, so as this is about pushing against the factions, this is about the streets of DC. The idea of territory control is a very important part of
Corta meu cabelo como modelo amanhã.
about this. And it comes with one new feature. That we call retaliation. And
Dia 10. Mas dia 10 eu vou contar antes do dia 10.
The open world a bit more
Vou gravar
reactive to what
no dia
you do.
30.
So as you fight the factions, as you push against the factions, in the world or outside of the world, in the main missions, you're going to be basically building a bit of a negative reputation against the factions. And once you fill out a gauge, for each of those factions, you're going to trigger a retaliation event, which means one of these factions is going to take over a name zone, or attempt to take over a name zone, and it becomes your job to go there and prevent it from happening.
Amanhã,
so the timer begins, and you're going to be
dia 10,
operating under time pressure to try to go to
sai o
that
último
place
da Ubisoft.
and regain
Então,
control of the name zone before the enemy
dia
faction
11,
does. If you do,
sai o evento de
congratulations,
fechamento
you
da
will be rewarded.
Gamescom.
If you don't, you will also be rewarded.
Se não aparecer outro evento
And in terms of rewards, one thing
eu
we're
não
doing
tenho gravado, eu
is
vou
with
colocar
this feature, we're
no
bringing
dia 11. Então,
a new rewards
dia 12
scheme, which is
terminaremos
going to be
Gamescom.
exotic blueprints and materials that are going to be allowing people to craft exotic items, to target specific exotic items. So if you're missing one item, if you've been chasing one item, this will be the way to actually predictably work towards obtaining it. So it's more fun in the open world, it's a more living and reactive open world, and great rewards at the end of it.
Yes, and the PTS test was last weekend, so players have already started trying out Retaliation. We gathered a bunch of feedback, and the devs are currently looking at it, fine-tuning and making it perfect for everybody in the hands soon. Andrea, something else that players can experience this season are new events. We have a Halloween event coming up. Can you share how you made that spookiness perfect?
Yes, a bit, only a bit. So we've been doing seasonal events for a while, but just this spring we started exploring a bit with visuals, and the Easter event with the bunny ears and all. And right now we're working on the Halloween event.
More pumpkins, yeah, more pumpkins. No?
What?
More pumpkins, Halloween event.
Pumpkins.
Yes, but different pumpkins.
Different pumpkins.
Yes. Sorry, I wasn't hearing you.
Will you be able to break them this time?
I will note that down.
Eles usam o aparelhinho no ouvido para
Yes.
ouvir um ao outro. Um
Yes.
perto do outro.
But no, jokes
Ai,
aside,
ai.
Halloween is super fun, and we're prepping for something that's a bit creepy,
Muito
but
engraçado, né?
interesting. But I'm not gonna share too much about this, but just gonna invite everybody to tune in and play when we're launching it later this year.
Yeah, I'm a horror lover. I love Halloween, so I'm excited to see what you have cooked up. And as usual, the new seasons will come with new global, active, passive, and hostile modifiers. And we will go through everything in detail on the launch stream the day before launch. That's September 8th. So tune into this stream. Yannick, is there anything you can tell us about the season next?
Okay, I'm not going to tell you too much because there's a whole season you have to play before we reach the one after that. But what I can tell you is, can I give the name?
Huh?
Am I allowed to give the name of the season?
Sure.
Thank you. The next season after next, is that how you say? Is called Mutiny. What does that mean? What is this about? You will have to play the upcoming season to find out what comes after. But one thing that I can tell you is that with this one, we're exploring with new gameplay toys and new things to do. And one thing that will come under the form of the modifier of this season is that you will be able to play with a companion NPC fighting alongside you. So that's going to be a lot of fun and a new way to approach the game for that season. And I'm very excited to be able to share more
outubro ou novembro,
Perfect, Devil. That's what I wanted to know. I'm very excited for the season. And it will be coming early December until March.
Yes.
And in March,
what
will happen then?
Well, in March, I mean, if you've been playing The Division, you know that in March, it's an important month for us. It's anniversary month. It's going to be 7 years of The Division 2, but more importantly, 10 years of The Division. So obviously, that's a date that we need to celebrate. So more on that soon. Also, it's going to be 11 years of me working on The Division, but that's not about me, but also an anniversary. But more importantly, 10 years since the release of The Division. So expect surprises and a big celebration.
Yes. And the new season will come with new opportunities for our community to interact with us. That's new content, more regular appointments with live stream, and also additional ways to get insights and talk directly to the dev team. More about this tomorrow. Yannick, speaking about the community. Now with the Lexington being back in stretch goals, will we see this weapon more often?
Yes. I mean, I don't know, maybe everybody will have the Lexington by the end of the stretch goals event. If you don't play the game, you have no idea what we're talking about.
Eu vou sempre uma Magic durante o dia.
But Lexington, super cool gun, everybody wants it. It's coming back, it's available on the live game right now. But in general, when we do these kind of cool items, it's not an intention for us to just make it a one-time thing and then nobody else can get it again. We want to make sure that on special occasions we bring it back. There's been such a strong demand for the Lexington. It's really become a fan favorite. It's my main weapon as well.
Same.
So yeah, we brought it back, and you can expect in the future these kind of items will always come back one way or another.
Yes. So to everyone watching, thank you for your continued passion and trust. The Division 2 continues to thrive for this community. Guys, did you hear that it might be snowing tomorrow? I heard something about snow.
I don't know, I just heard music. So.
Yeah. Well, don't forget to join tomorrow. We will have a new panel that will be focusing on the future of the Division 2, community collaboration, updates on the Division resurgence, and whatever this could be.
Whatever
Don't miss
this
it.
is, I have no idea.
You have no idea?
Oh, maybe I do. We'll see tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Ah,
you.
que tira spoiler dele, ele não abre a boca. Cara, é foda.
Saindo da tela inteira.
Então, galera, vamos...
Atualizar, voltar, voltando, avançar, pressione para avançar, Alt mais
termina então
mudar
por
de
aqui,
conta,
então.
Marquitos presenta. Principal marco.
Marquitos presenta.
Título nível 1 link.
Lembra de me seguir nas redes sociais.
Instagram.com/, clicável.
Abrindo Edico a Special PS5
E também vem aqui, ó.
Instagram.com e mais 5 links.
Aqui, ó. Entrem aqui.
E mais.
E-mails 5.
Minha PSN. Facebook.com/profile.
O Instagram é esse.
LinkedIn.
Não está disponível, mas tá o
LinkedIn.
Marquitos apresenta anime.
Insta, facebook.com/profile.php,
Twitch tá aqui.
Grupo WhatsApp, Rádio Marquitos apresenta.
Minha rádio tá aqui também, o Discord também tá aqui.
discord.com/chat.whatsapp.com/lh9nw
Se quiserem conversar comigo pelo WhatsApp, esse é o meu grupo do WhatsApp. Ok?
Link.
Instagram.com.
Então, ficando então por aqui então, despedindo nessa tela aqui. Vamos ficando por aqui e nos vemos nos próximos vídeos aqui no canal. Valeu, falou. E eu fui. Até o próximo vídeo.
Iniciar janela. Recomendado. OBS. WhatsApp. Interromper.